And we are live. Hello everyone. Welcome to the Alien Spaceship stream. You could be watching from anywhere around the country or the world. And I really appreciate every single one of you. Oh, okay, understood, Mary Toodles. Coming to you from the Spaceship Studios from a galaxy far, far away. Alright everybody. Welcome to the surprise live. And we're going to go to the other window. Over here. Alright, hello everyone. It is me, Alien Spaceship, and I hope everybody is having a nice day, a nice evening. Well, it's not really evening unless you're on the other side of the planet, so for those of you on the other side of the planet, you know, good evening, good night to you all. I'm doing that to try to fix the screens. Strange, not strange, it's a little bit dim right now, the lighting, but it's all good. So, if I do this, it doesn't really matter, but see, I could do this, but yeah, so we are doing a surprise live. There are no trials going on at the moment, so as usual I'll be doing a live stream, you know, where there's no trials. So I'm going to, what's this, scared. Alright, we do some Johnny Depp reactions to some, you know, scenes from that trial. Do other things as well, probably. So, without further ado, let's go. Hello, Shecky. Thank you, Shecky, for sending good vibes for a great day, my friend. I always appreciate you. Alright. So, now what we're going to do is close this window down. And open it. And Donna Adelson was found guilty yesterday. It was a good day yesterday, good stream. And now we'll go into some more of these Depp reactions. Yeah. So Lord Roan was sending me something about the Heard trial from not a long time ago, but from a little while back. I mean, okay. It was recently done. The video was recently done. Okay, yes. Thank you. It was a video from what was made today, but it was a montage. One of the content creators are covering a summary about what the Depp trial was about, and that was very interesting. Very interesting. So today we'll be watching scenes from the Depp trial, as we have been doing, but it was a little bit of a special occasion, so that was pretty cool. Other people are still talking about the Depp trial, like I am. Alright. Alright, so let's get this right here. And we're about to go and do this. Okay. No. Alright. Switching over to the other window. Shout the bubbles. Okay. Here we go.
Correct?
No, I'm not.
Not in clinical psychology or in forensic psychology, correct?
No, I'm a licensed clinical psychologist.
But you're not board certified?
No,
Okay. And you also have only been practicing approximately 8 years, is that correct?
that's not correct.
How many years?
I've been licensed for 10 years,
Okay.
and I've been practicing for about 15 years.
Okay. And that includes what you went through with your different trials in Hawaii and everything else that you testified to, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you went to Mr. Depp's home for dinner and drinks before you were hired as an expert in this case, correct?
That's not quite right. I was interviewed at Mr. Depp's home by his legal team. Dinner was served.
You, in attendance with Mr. Depp was Adam Waldman, correct?
Yes.
Ben Chu, correct?
Yes.
Camille Vasquez?
Yes.
Okay. And the dinner lasted approximately 3 to 4 hours, correct?
Yes.
And it included
The interview.
drinks, correct?
Yes, dinner and I believe drinks were served.
Okay. And this was before you were hired as an expert, correct?
Yes, this was an interview so that they could make an informed decision as to whether or not to retain me.
And don't you think that's a little odd that you're getting interviewed by Mr. Depp to decide whether you're going to testify adversely against Amber Heard?
I was interviewed by the legal team.
And Mr. Depp was present. It was his home, correct?
Yes.
And he was serving dinner and drinks.
He was
correct?
not serving dinner and drinks.
Well, it was at his house at his behest, correct?
Yes, it was at his house.
Okay. And you were contacted by Camille Vasquez, somebody you knew in the community, in February of 2020. Is that correct?
I knew of Ms. Vasquez professionally. We live in the same city and I work with many attorneys.
Okay. And at that time, you not only knew Johnny Depp, you'd seen a number of his TV and movie roles, and you believed he was a good actor, correct?
Not correct. I did not know Johnny Depp. I had
you knew
seen
of
several
him.
of his movies.
You knew who he was?
Yes.
Right. And you believed he was a good actor?
Yes.
Correct? Okay. And then you provided an expert designation in this case before ever seeing Amber or having an opportunity to review any documents or records. Isn't that correct?
I did not provide an expert designation. That's an attorney thing. My opinions are contained in my report.
Let's pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 884, please. This was plaintiff's designation, identification of expert witnesses in this case. And this is dated February 2021. That's a year after you went to dinner at Mr. Depp's house, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And it attributes, if you go to page 13, it says you have 3 opinions. The first of those is that Amber Heard, quote, exhibits patterns of behavior that are consistent with co-occurring cluster B personality disorder traits, especially borderline personality disorder. Did I get that right?
I'm reading that here. That is not my opinion.
Okay.
Well,
but
it's a current opinion, but this was not an opinion of mine then. I didn't have any opinions at that time.
It says Dr. Curry will testify, correct?
That's what it says, yes.
Okay. And this is a signed pleading, correct? On behalf of Mr. Depp.
I'm not sure I understand what that means.
You don't understand what a signed pleading is?
No.
Okay. Do you understand that Mr. Depp's counsel prepared this and served it on Ms. Heard's counsel?
I'm not an attorney. I don't understand necessarily all of these procedures.
Okay. Are you aware that Mr. Depp is on an audio recording years earlier taunting Amber Heard that she has a borderline personality disorder?
I was made aware of that in this case, yes.
So you heard, is that
Actually,
one of the audios
not
you
necessarily
listened to?
taunting, but I do recall hearing that Mr. Depp had used that phrase.
So it's a coincidence that you now think she has those attributes after the attorneys listed it in February 2021 before you'd looked at anything.
Hancock Whitney has just made being in business so much easier.
Mr. Depp had made that accusation to Ms. Heard years earlier.
My opinions aren't based on coincidence.
It's objection. I'm
Okay.
sorry, Dr.
All right, sure.
Yes. Compound, I'll sustain the objection.
All right. It's a coincidence then that you came up with symptoms of borderline personality disorder years later after Mr. Depp has been taunting Ms. Heard in an audio tape.
I can't speak to whether or not there's a coincidence. What I can tell you is my opinions are based on the results of my evaluation.
And it's a coincidence that Mr. Depp's counsel attributed that to you, that said that to you in February 2021 before you'd looked at anything, correct?
I'm not sure.
Okay. Now, would you agree that a disproportionate number of women are tagged with a diagnosis of borderline personality disorder?
No, that's not quite right.
75%?
The way you phrased it is not quite right.
Tell me what's right.
Okay, so there are more women who have been diagnosed with bipolar disorder than men. It's more prevalent in women.
And trauma can cause borderline personality disorders, can't it?
No.
Never?
Right now, we know that there are people who have borderline personality disorder who have sustained childhood trauma. There are also people who have borderline personality disorder who have had no childhood trauma. So like most personality disorders, and really like most mental health issues in general, there seems to be both a biological component. In this case, with borderline personality disorder, the research tends to support a genetic component and possibly a neurological component. And then there is also possibly an environmental component triggering those genetic markers.
Do you know the percentage of women who are victims of IPV, intimate partner violence, or domestic abuse who are diagnosed with borderline personality disorders?
I can't tell you the percentage off of the top of my head, but I do know that there is a larger, women with borderline personality disorder tend to have a higher prevalence of being involved in intimate partner violence relationships, being the receiver of violence, and being the perpetuators of violence.
Now, you've never been asked to testify or serve as an expert with respect to whether someone has a bipolar disorder. Is that correct?
A bipolar disorder?
Yes.
That's not correct.
Okay. Bear with me.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you.
Do you recall having your deposition taken in this case?
Yes,
On March 21, 2022?
I believe that was the date, yes.
And were you under oath at that time?
Yes.
All right, I'm going to ask you to turn to page 207. And the question was, have you ever been asked to testify or serve as an expert with respect to whether someone has bipolar disorder? And your answer at that time, will you please read to the jury?
I'm sorry, page 207?
207, line 5. Could you
No.
read? Okay, thank you. Now, when this designation was served in February of 2021, you had not rendered an opinion that, quote, Ms. Heard exhibits patterns of behavior that are consistent with co-occurring cluster B personality disorder traits, especially borderline personality disorder, correct?
I'm sorry, I missed the first part. What was that?
When this designation was served that you have in front of you as Plaintiff's Exhibit 884,
Oh, okay.
you had not rendered an opinion that, quote, Ms. Heard exhibits patterns of behavior that are consistent with co-occurring cluster B personality disorder traits, especially borderline personality disorder, correct?
No, I had not rendered any opinions. My opinions weren't finalized until after my evaluation.
Right. So when this came out, you had not rendered that opinion.
I had not rendered that opinion.
Okay. The second opinion that's listed in the February 2021 is that Ms. Heard repeatedly and characterologically perpetuated severe physical and psychological intimate partner violence, IPV, toward Mr. Depp over the course of their relationship. End of quote. Did I read that correctly?
It says perpetrated, but other than that, yes.
Okay. And so is it correct that this pleading says in February 2021 that you are going to testify to that?
This document, yes.
Okay?
It says that.
And you have never been asked to testify as to whether anyone has behaviorally or characterologically conducted conduct that suggests they may be an IPV perpetrator, correct? I have to ask that again because I
Yes.
stumbled. I
Okay,
can't
thank
do
you.
characterologically. That one's just a
Okay.
tough one for me. Okay. You have never been asked to testify as to whether anyone has behavioral or characterological conduct that suggests they may have been an IPV perpetrator, correct?
No, I've never been asked to testify for that.
Okay. And that was not your opinion in February 2021, correct?
No.
And in fact, you do not hold that opinion now, and you were not even asked to provide such an analysis or opinion. Isn't that correct?
No. Or that is correct,
That's
yes.
correct. Okay. And you have never held that opinion, correct?
No, that is correct, yes.
Okay. In your third opinion, if we can go to page 14, was that Ms. Heard exhibits patterns of behavior that suggest her allegations of abuse against Mr. Depp are false, end of quote. Do you see that?
I see that. You said it's my third opinion. That is not my opinion.
All right. But in this pleading, it says that you will testify to that, correct?
Yes, that's what this says.
Okay. And that was not your opinion in February 2021, was it?
No, as I said, I had not formed any opinions at that time. I had just been retained.
Okay. And in fact, you have never arrived at this opinion as an expert witness in this case, correct?
In terms, no, the opinions that I've rendered are provided in my report.
And
they're what I'm testifying to today.
And you have never arrived at this opinion as an expert witness in this case, correct?
I'll sustain it.
You have never arrived at the opinion that Ms. Heard exhibits patterns of behavior that suggest her allegations of abuse against Mr. Depp are false, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And in fact, you've said that has never been my opinion, correct?
What I'm saying is that the opinions in here, these are not my opinions. My opinions are provided in my report.
Can you please turn to page 255 of your deposition? And if we could start on 254 to give the
I don't
context.
have that page, I'm sorry.
254, line 11.
Oh, okay.
And the question is now, the next one is, quote, Ms. Heard exhibits patterns of behavior that suggest her allegations of abuse against Mr. Depp are false, end of quote. Was that your opinion in February 2021? And you answered at that time, no, correct?
That is correct.
And then I asked, have you ever arrived at that opinion in the time that you have served as an expert witness in this case? And your answer was, could you read that to the jury, please?
Yes. So no, it's not the task. I was cut off, or essentially what I said then was, no,
Dr.
that's
Curry,
not the task of Dash. That was never my task to determine. Can I say what that means?
No. And then the question is, so is it fair to say that you have never arrived at an opinion that, quote, Ms. Heard exhibits patterns of behavior that suggest allegations of abuse against Mr. Depp are false, end of quote. And what was your answer?
Well, there was an objection.
All right, I'll read it for you if you're having difficulty.
Okay, no,
Your answer was under oath, correct. That is not my opinion. That has never been my opinion. Isn't that what
Correct.
you said under
Yes.
oath on March 21st? Okay. And then I wrote, then I'm going to ask you, do you know who wrote this portion of the designation suggesting that these were your opinions in February of 2021? And what was your answer?
I said no.
Now, as of the time of this initial expert designation, you had not reviewed any materials, reached any opinions, correct?
I believe I had just started to review materials. I believe that I indicated that in my deposition. I had not yet rendered any opinions. I hadn't completed my review, and I hadn't conducted an evaluation.
Okay. And in fact, you've never testified as an expert on IPV, intimate partner violence. Isn't that correct?
I believe that is correct, but I may not be remembering all of my cases.
Oh, let's go to page 200.
Okay.
Line 17. My question was, have you ever testified as an expert on IPV? And your answer under oath then at line 22 was what?
Oh, gosh, let me catch up. Line 22.
The biggest thing for me is reliability.
And you've never testified as an expert on emotional distress damages associated with IPV, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And you've never been asked to testify with respect to emotional damages associated with domestic violence or abuse, isn't that correct?
Again, I'm reluctant to say that's correct because with 15 years of experience, a lot of my cases have been complex, and that may have been a component, but I don't remember explicitly a case being just about that.
Let's go
Correct.
to page 199, line 20. My question to you was, have you ever been asked to testify with respect to emotional damages associated with domestic violence or abuse? And your answer under oath at that time was?
No.
I've not, right?
Sorry, I
isn't that
hadn't
what
found
you
the
said?
page in time.
Okay. You said, no, I've not.
But I have
correct?
not.
Okay. Now, you also have never been asked to testify on whether an individual is being truthful in saying that they are a survivor of IPV. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And you have never qualified as an expert to speak to whether a person suffered from IPV, intimate partner violence, or was a victim or survivor of IPV. Is that correct?
That's outside the task of a psychologist to determine whether an event occurred. We assess behavior, we assess mental status, we don't detect crimes.
So you have not been asked to testify to that, correct?
It's not something that occurs, so no, I have not.
And you were not ultimately asked to provide any opinions on that, correct?
No, I was not.
Okay. Now, you did not disclose in any of the designations or your report that you had met with and had dinner and drinks with Mr. Depp, did you?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that one more
Yes,
time? That
you did
confused
not
me.
disclose in any of the designations or in your report that you had dinner and drinks with Mr. Depp, correct?
I did not disclose that I was interviewed by the legal team, no.
I asked a different question. Are you trying to resist that you didn't have dinner with Mr. Depp and drinks?
I'm not trying to resist that, but it's not quite right.
You
What
did
you're
have dinner with
stating.
Mr. Depp, did you not?
I did, with
And
his
you had
legal
drinks
team
with
and
Mr.
Mr.
Depp, did you not?
And what?
You had drinks with Mr. Depp, did you not?
Drinks were served. This was over 2 years ago. I may have had a drink with dinner, yes.
In fact, you thought you had a mule something, right?
Possibly.
Yes, okay. And you didn't disclose that you had met with Mr. Depp, Mr. Waldman, Mr. Chu, and Ms. Vasquez at Mr. Depp's house for 3 to 4 hours and had dinner and drinks, correct?
I did not disclose that. It's not significant to the report.
You don't think that's significant, correct?
I don't.
Okay. But you've never been asked to meet with a client in his counsel before being retained as an expert, either before or after, have you?
No.
And you justified that it was okay in this case because it was a high-profile case.
That's not quite right. I justified it in this case. Actually, I sought consultation about it. First of all, the person who had retained his attorneys was unable to come to my office with his attorneys. And yes, this is a very visible case. It's been going on a very long time. And I understood that there would be a need to interview me and make an informed decision about my qualifications.
Can you look at page 240, please? Line 3 is my question. Would you agree it's highly irregular to meet with the subject in a litigation? And your answer on that occasion was, I would not say it's highly irregular. I would say it's not something that I would typically do. However, I had not yet been retained on the case. This was a large, high-profile case, and I understood that I believed that it was appropriate for a person retaining me with such a high profile to meet me, to be able to vet me, essentially with the attorneys present prior to retaining me on his case. Do you recall that?
Yes.
That's what you said under oath, correct?
Yes.
And then I said, have you ever done that before? And you said, no. Correct?
Correct.
And then I said, have you ever done it since? And you said, no. Correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, would you agree that if you did not find something that would be in favor of Mr. Depp and negative to Ms. Heard, that you wouldn't be an expert in this case. That I can bring you into court if you're going to say that Ms. Heard is right and Mr. Depp is wrong, correct?
So as a forensic psychologist, my obligation is to the court, is to the fact finder. I present science regardless of what that science may be. Now, when I take a case, my retainer agreement is explicit about that, and I discuss that with the attorneys.
I'm asking you a question. I'd like you to try to answer my question. You understand that if you found favorably to Ms. Heard and negatively to Mr. Depp, you wouldn't be here, right? You wouldn't be testifying.
Objection speculative.
No, okay, sorry.
Hold on. The objection is speculation.
That's not speculation.
I'll sustain the objection if you want to ask.
Okay. If it goes to bias, Your Honor.
I sustain the objection. Next question.
Okay, all right. You were, in fact, so excited about being involved in this case that you told your husband, even though this was a highly confidential matter, that you were going to be conducting the examination of Ms. Heard, didn't you?
That is not accurate.
You not only told your husband, but you told Ms. Heard that you told your husband, correct?
Ms. Bredehoff, that is not accurate.
What is accurate?
You're incorrect. That is not correct.
Is your testimony today under oath that you did not tell your husband that you were going to be conducting the examination of Amber?
That is my testimony.
Okay. Let's go to page 306. So the question that was asked was because you brought muffins, you said, from your husband, right? You gave those to Ms. Heard, correct?
May I clarify what occurred so that we can stop talking about the muffins? What happened was that I was getting ready that morning. I frequently bring muffins to the office. My husband did happen to know that there was going to be a celebrity client coming in because on the mornings that occurs, which often occurs, we have to actually clear the office and move the staff to the other office. So yes, on the one hand, he was aware of that. I was getting ready. I asked him to go to the bakery near our house and pick up the muffins for me because I was running late. He often has to do that because I often do run late. He brought the muffins back to the house. I brought them into the office. Ms. Heard and I enjoyed the muffins together. I think I made a comment to her along the lines like, we can thank my husband. My husband got these for us today, meaning he purchased the muffins. We are now enjoying them because of him.
Did you say on pages 305 and 306 that you frequently have examinations of high-profile clients? You want to just take a quick look and tell us?
What, 305, 306?
Yeah, that's where we're talking about it.
Is there a line you'd like me to look at?
You can start with 15, line 15, 305. Just read through that and tell me whether you said anywhere in there that you have a lot of high-profile examinations. You do this frequently.
Objection to improper impeachment.
I don't agree.
I want your approach, please.
Get the muffins for Amber Heard.
He knew you had a high-profile client, and you were preparing for a very long time, and you asked him to pick up the muffins, correct?
I asked him to pick up the muffins for me, yes.
Okay. Now, would you agree that domestic abuse can be verbal?
Absolutely, yes.
Would you agree that domestic abuse can be emotional?
Yes, certainly.
Would you agree that domestic abuse can be psychological?
Yes.
Would you agree that domestic abuse can be physical?
Yes.
Now, you indicated, and I believe you testified in your direct, that it's very important to review the treatment records before forming opinions. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. In fact, that's the first thing you would do, correct?
Not necessarily the first, but it's part of the evaluation.
Let's go to page 261. And let's go to 260 because that's where I start the question. The question I asked was, and do you recall whether you'd review any of these by the designation on February 19, 2021? And you said, okay, I can't say for certain. What I can tell you is that knowing my normal procedure, I would have reviewed the treatment records first. Did you testify to that under oath then?
Yes.
Okay. Now, before we start getting into the ones that you testified about, I just want to be really clear about what you actually have as an opinion with respect to the borderline personality disorder and the histrionics. You didn't diagnose, you didn't actually have a DSM-5 diagnosis that Amber Heard suffers from either borderline personality disorder or histrionic personality disorder, correct?
That's not correct.
In fact, your report says Ms. Heard demonstrates psychological symptoms of a combined borderline and histrionic personality disorder. Would you agree?
Yes, I did say that in also what designation was that? I believe January 18th that report was included? Yes.
Okay. And that's what you said at that time, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
I said a little bit more than that as well.
You said, and I'll read it, I'll quote it, quote, based on the combined results of my interview with Ms. Heard, behavioral observations, psychometric test data, and review of the available records, Ms. Heard demonstrates psychological symptoms of a combined borderline and histrionic personality disorder, BHPD. That's
Yes.
what you wrote in your report as one of your conclusions, correct?
And that's a DSM-5 diagnosis.
And it did not say that you were diagnosing with a DSM-5 for borderline personality disorder or histrionic personality disorder, did it?
That's what it says in different semantics.
Oh, so what you meant to say.
It did not use the words you just said.
Now, let's talk about the treatment records that you said that you reviewed. But I'm going to start with Rocky Pennington. Your testimony was that out of the blue, Amber hit Rocky Pennington, correct?
I can't remember exactly what I said, but I did reference Ms. Pennington's deposition that Ms. Heard struck Ms. Pennington in the face.
In
Yes.
fact, Ms. Pennington testified that she hit Ms. Heard. And in response to that, she can't recall, but Ms. Heard either pushed or slapped her, correct?
I don't recall.
That's a pretty important distinction, don't you think?
My recollection is that there was some sort of violence both ways in the relationship. Either way, it seemed that both of them might have been unstable. I'm only evaluating Ms. Heard.
So now we have an evaluation of Rocky Pennington
No,
from...
I just said, but that was not relevant to my opinion because I'm only evaluating Ms. Heard.
But you testified to that on direct that that was a factor, right?
Yes.
Okay. Well, wouldn't it make a big difference if Amber struck first or just responded back?
Given the dynamic, not necessarily. No, it would not have.
So now you're an expert on Rocky Pennington and her dynamics with Amber Heard.
Objection recommended.
I'll withdraw.
Sustained.
Okay, so now let's talk about Dr. Cowan. You not only reviewed his treatment records and his text messages and documents, but you also attended his deposition, did you not?
Yes.
Okay. And do you recall Dr. Cowan testifying that Amber told him about Depp physically abusing her contemporaneous with the events?
I don't recall specifically his words, but I remember him recalling that she had disclosed abuse in their treatment, yes.
And do you recall Dr. Cowan testifying that he received a text message contemporaneous that Johnny did a number on me tonight. I'm safe in my support tonight, but I need some real help. Do you remember him testifying to that?
I don't remember the testimony, but I do remember seeing that text message as one of the exhibits.
And do you remember Dr. Cowan testifying that on another occasion, Amber sent him a text, Johnny beat me up pretty good last night, end of quote.
Again,
Not in this Constance. She can rely on it. She testified.
Overruled.
Thank you. Thank you, Your Honor. I didn't need to argue that hard, I guess. Do you recall that?
Again, I don't recall the testimony, but I do remember that being an exhibit. I've seen it.
Do you recall Dr. Cowan testifying that not only did he believe Amber in her reporting of the abuse by Depp, but that she had no ulterior motive?
I actually don't recall that. I'm not saying that it didn't occur.
Okay. Do you recall Dr. Cowan testifying that he believed the relationship was toxic and he was concerned for Amber's physical well-being?
I do recall him saying that he believed the relationship was toxic.
And you don't recall
I do
Dr.
not.
Cowan saying that he was concerned for Amber's physical well-being?
I don't remember those exact words.
Do you recall Dr. Cowan testifying in that deposition that you were present for, referring to Mr. Depp, quote, his controlling nature, jealousy and suspiciousness, addiction to drugs and alcohol, and violent and indulgent temper? Do you recall him using those terms to describe Mr. Depp?
I remember thinking that would be an inappropriate impression for a treating provider of a different person to give, but I do recall him making that statement.
Do you recall Dr. Cowan testifying that if he pushed her, she was going to push him back? And I never had the impression that she was the provocateur, but that she was indicating to me she had a hard time, de-escalating these types of situations.
Yes.
Okay. And do you also recall him saying that she didn't say she pushed him, she just said, I got right back up? She told me that he pushed her down and she got right back up.
I remember him saying that Ms. Heard told him that, yes.
And do you recall him testifying, you could interpret it that way? I kind of interpret it more, metaphorically, that when somebody comes at her, she goes back at them, in a similar way, whether it's verbally or she protects herself. Do you recall that?
I recall something along those lines, but it was a 6 or 7 hour deposition, so the specifics are not fresh in my mind.
Do you recall Dr. Cowan specifically testifying that he believed Amber Heard when she reported the physical abuse by Mr. Depp?
I recall him saying that and following it up with a statement that you have to take the patient at their word when you're the therapist.
You recall that?
Yes.
Do you recall him saying that he believed her? That he found her believable?
Yes, that he found her believable.
Okay. Now, you also testified about Amy Banks. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And before we go there, Dr. Cowan has been a clinical psychologist for 40 years, correct? Okay, well, he testified to that, didn't he, in the deposition?
I don't recall.
And he also saw Amber Heard for over 2 years, correct?
Yes.
From 2014, approximately August 2014 to 2016, correct?
Yes, he did.
For a period of time, would you agree? Okay. And he also testified that he did not diagnose Amber with borderline personality disorder. Do you recall that testimony?
He also testified that he doesn't use diagnoses, but yes, I do recall that.
And do you recall that it was those words were in his notes, but he said he had written that down, but then he discounted it and determined that that was not correct for her?
Objection.
Oh, you want to approach?
Banks testifying that they had physical altercations and his drug use had escalated and Amber felt she was at risk.
I don't recall.
Do you recall Amy Banks testifying that Amber was reporting the violence by Mr. Depp and it was not consensual?
I recall Dr. Banks stating that Ms. Heard was reporting violence to her, yes. I do not recall a statement about consent.
Do you recall Dr. Banks testifying that there was discussion about Mr. Depp cutting off his finger, and she said only that it was a middle of one of these very kind of out of control escalated fights, and that did make a fairly big impact on me.
I remember something like that.
All right. And do you recall Dr. Banks saying it was a whole other level? As I remember, it told to me he actually cut off a part of his finger during one of these altercations, meaning to me, the way I digested that, if you will, was that things had gotten particularly out of control.
I do not recall that exact statement. I'm not saying it didn't occur. I just can't recall it.
All right. And you recall that Mr. Depp was in sessions with Ms. Heard with Dr. Banks, correct?
Yes. Okay. My understanding, however, is that they met with Dr. Banks, and then it was primarily Ms. Heard meeting with Dr. Banks for treatment after prescriptions and therapy.
All right. And do you recall Dr. Banks saying that she was not surprised that Amber was seeking a restraining order because of the violence that she knew existed in the relationship?
I do recall that, and it would be impossible to know that violence exists as a treating therapist or as a psychologist. Again, we're not investigators. However, I do recall that she said that because I remember having that thought.
And do you recall Amy, and she's a psychiatrist, right?
Psychiatrist.
Okay. And do you recall Amy Banks saying that it was clear to her that Mr. Depp was the one who initiated the violence?
I don't recall that.
All right. Do you recall that Dr. Banks said that she knew for certain that Mr. Depp was the one who had committed the violence because Ms. Heard reported it in the presence of Mr. Depp and he did not contradict?
I do not recall that.
Okay. And do you recall that Dr. Banks ultimately concluded that it was her belief that Amber was a victim of domestic violence at the hands of Mr. Depp?
There, you want to approach this?
I can't recall, but I also can't recall that last question.
Do you recall that Dr. Banks concluded that Amber was a victim of domestic violence at the hands of Mr. Depp?
I don't recall that.
Okay. Now, you also reviewed the records of Laurel Anderson and you reviewed her deposition, is that correct?
Let me refresh my memory for a moment. I reviewed Dr. Anderson's deposition, yes.
Okay, and do you recall that she reported that Amber Heard had reported physical violence by Mr. Depp to her?
I recall that she said that Ms. Heard had reported that, yes.
Okay, and do you recall that she said that it changed over time?
I don't recall that specifically.
Okay, and do you recall Dr. Anderson saying that she had witnessed her face being bruised after the December 15, 2015 incident?
I don't recall that.
You don't recall that, okay. And do you recall that Dr. Anderson said that Amber had reported that he had pulled out her hair, bruised her face, kicked her leg, and hit her in the head?
Yes, Ms. Heard did report that to her according to her testimony.
Okay. And do you recall that Amber Heard said that Mr. Depp was scaring her?
I don't recall that specifically.
Okay. And do you recall that Dr. Anderson said she believed that Amber Heard was a victim of domestic abuse at the hands of Mr. Depp?
I recall, no, I don't recall that statement.
All right, let's go to Bonnie Jacobs. You said that you reviewed the notes from Bonnie Jacobs, correct?
Yes.
And what you testified to was that you discounted these because the first notes from Bonnie Jacobs indicated that she already had all of these symptoms, correct?
I'm sorry, I don't understand what you're saying. I discounted.
Tell me why you discounted Bonnie Jacobs' notes.
I did not discount Bonnie Jacobs' notes.
You said that Bonnie Jacobs, in her notes, had already determined that these symptoms were present for Amber Heard before the relationship with Mr. Depp, did you not?
What I recall saying was that within Dr. Jacobs's notes, she's documented instances in which Ms. Heard reported to her over the course of therapy that she was experiencing nightmares, recurrent nightmares, in fact, about childhood abuse.
Okay. Now, the very first entry on Bonnie Jacobs' notes, and these are the notes, right? Do you recognize these?
I do, and we
Okay.
received more sort of at the tail end just a couple months ago.
All right, so the first of Bonnie Jacobs' notes is on 10/17/2011. Do you recall that?
I don't recall the exact date. I don't have anything in front of me.
And Amber Heard was already in the relationship with Johnny Depp at this point, was she not?
I believe she was, yes.
Okay. And in Bonnie Jacobs' notes, she documents
However, go ahead.
multiple occasions that Amber Heard reports to her physical violence upon her by Mr. Depp, does she not?
There are several notes that indicate that Ms. Heard has reported violence by Mr. Depp, yes.
Many, correct?
I wouldn't qualify it as many. I'm not sure what you mean by many.
How many would you say?
I don't know. I don't have the notes in front of me.
Okay, well, what do you recall in deciding to make your opinions in this case?
Well, I'm confused about the dates because I know that Dr. Jacobs treated Ms. Heard even while she was in her prior relationship, leaving her prior relationship with her last wife.
Dr. Curry, I'm not going to ask you to try to bring in extraneous things. I'm asking you what you recall of these
But
notes.
the dates would have been different based on that alone.
Okay.
And I recall that there was quite a bit of information because these were copious notes spanning back in time from her relationship with Tasha.
So Dr. Curry, please answer my question. How many occasions do you recall
I don't know.
Dr. Jacobs documenting Amber reporting physical abuse?
I don't know.
Now, you also said that you listened to audio tapes in this case, correct?
Yes.
Did you hear Mr. Depp admitting to headbutting Ms. Heard?
That is not what I heard.
You didn't hear that?
I heard a conversation about headbutting. I did not hear him, as you said, admit to headbutting Ms. Heard.
Okay, that's your characterization of it, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Did you see the videotape of Mr. Depp in the kitchen?
Yes.
Okay, did Ms. Heard imagine that or create that, or was she responsible for that somehow?
Objection, I respect it.
I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
Okay. What, if any, impact did that have on your opinions watching Mr. Depp in that video?
I'm not sure it was one of many pieces of the exhibits and other collateral data that I considered. I'm not sure what the direct impact was or if that could be measured.
All right. Now, counsel asked you whether you had conducted any type of examination on Mr. Depp, and I believe your answer was no, correct?
No.
You did not review any medical records or psychological records from Mr. Depp either, did you?
I reviewed all of the records that were available.
Do you recall reviewing medical and psychological records on Mr. Depp?
Yes.
Do you recall Dr. Blaustein referring to Mr. Depp having rage?
No, I actually recall him referring to Ms. Heard in that note.
Your testimony is that Dr. Blaustein was referring to Amber Heard as having rage?
I transcribed several of the notes, and I may be missing a time when I said that about Mr. Depp. The handwriting was very difficult to transcribe, but there was one instance in which I recall transcribing him stating that Mr. Depp reported that Ms. Heard had rage.
Dr. Blaustein's deposition was taken, was it not?
I don't recall.
Do you recall, so I take it then you don't recall him testifying that Mr. Depp told him he had rage and demons?
I don't recall.
Do you recall Dr. Blaustein testifying that Mr. Depp looked at his wife Amber like his mother or his sister that he didn't like?
I haven't seen his deposition. I don't recall that.
Okay. Now, did you see and do you know whether Mr. Depp has ever been diagnosed with any personality disorders?
That's not relevant to my task to conduct an evaluation of Ms. Heard. So I do not know that he has had one. It was not in the records that he did.
All right. So one way or the other, you don't know whether Mr. Depp suffers from any personality disorders.
That's not my task.
Okay. Let me go to IPV perpetrators. Would you agree that accusations of infidelity can be considered one of the characteristics of a personality perpetrator of IPV?
It can be a characteristic of a lot of things. It is something that can be weaponized if somebody is trying to or is having rage toward their partner.
Let's go to page 270. Line 3, my question was, are accusations of infidelity considered one of the characteristics of a perpetrator, a personality perpetrator of IPV?
The objection.
The question is vague and ultimately ambiguous.
I don't understand the objection.
I'll overrule the objection.
Okay. And your answer under oath
Can
at
you
that
remind
time,
me of the page? I thought
page 270, line 3 was where my question was,
Okay.
and your answer is at line 8. You said it can be, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And interrogating your partner about unfounded accusations of infidelity can be abusive. Would you agree?
It can be if they're unfounded, yes.
Okay. And psychological consequences for a victim of IPV can include diminished self-esteem, correct?
Yes.
Depressed mood,
Yes.
anxiety,
Yes.
fearfulness,
Certainly.
diminished self-agency,
Yes.
feeling powerless,
Yes.
loss of sleep.
Yes.
And IPV is a traumatic stressor. Would you agree?
It is.
All right. And IPV is capable of resulting in PTSD, is it not?
It is.
Okay. And IPV is capable of resulting in other trauma-based disorders, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Amber's medical examination, she was cooperative, correct?
Her psychological, yes. She was cooperative and polite.
Okay. And in the 2 full days of examination, you felt she was polite and answered all your questions, except in one instance where she furrowed her brow when you were asking about friendships in high school, correct?
That's not correct.
All right, let's go to page 275. So we start on 274 with the, was she polite? You said yes. Was she cooperative? Yes. Did she answer your questions? For the most part, yes. This is, now we're on page 275, lines 4 and 5. And then my question was, did she at any time become combative or unfriendly with you or angry? And your answer was, there was one instance in which she appeared annoyed and the posturing forward a bit, more assertive tone, furrowed brow, when I was questioning something, following up on data that had been inconsistent about friendships in high school. Other than that, she was very polite. Is that your answer at that time?
That was my answer at that time, and it's inconsistent with the question you had just asked me.
And would you agree that appearing for this examination with an expert who had been retained by Mr. Depp more than a year earlier might be a little stressful?
Yes.
Okay. And in fact, not only had you been retained by Mr. Depp, but what had been communicated by Mr. Depp's team was that you had called Amber Heard a liar and a perpetrator of abuse, correct?
First of all, I'd like to clarify that I was not retained by Mr. Depp. I was retained by Mr. Depp's counsel. And what I can say that, yes, any examinee in a forensic context, you would consider that they're probably stressed.
All right. Would you agree that all perpetrators of IPV have anger management issues?
Yes.
And a large portion of IPV perpetrators have substance abuse issues?
It's one of many factors that correlates with intimate partner violence, but there are certainly many people who perpetuate intimate partner violence who do not have substance abuse issues.
All right, let's go to 131, line 17.
$131, you said?
Yes, line 12 is what I have here. And I'm talking about, you said, and just to give context, remember I was asking you what percentage of people you treat that are perpetrators, and you'd said 5%. Do you recall that, just for substance?
I see that here.
Okay, and then I said, of the 5% that are IPV perpetrators that you've treated over the last 8 years, how many of these perpetrators have substance abuse issues? And your answer was?
I see that I answered with a figure of speech, a large portion.
Okay, thank you. And it's common for the perpetrator to essentially gaslight the victim, accuse them of being the perpetrator. Would you agree?
Are you in a different area, or are you asking me a separate question?
I'm asking you a question.
Oh.
And it's common.
Sorry, can you please repeat it?
Yes. And it's common for the perpetrator to essentially gaslight the victim, accuse them of being the perpetrator. Would you agree? That's exactly how it was asked in the deposition. So
I understand it is a compound question. I'll sustain the objection.
And it's common for the perpetrator to essentially gaslight. I don't think that's, Your Honor, I think it's just one question. Let me try it. To gaslight the victim, isn't it?
That's a characteristic of psychological abuse, yes.
Okay, and it's common then for them to accuse them of being the perpetrator, the victim.
That's a characteristic of abuse from women perpetrated against men. It's actually very, very common. About 90% of male victims of IPV have reported that a female partner who abuses them makes threats to report their partner as an abuser. It's less common for men to make that statement to female partners just because there's less potential consequence.
Isn't it true, though, that some form of gaslighting is often present in these personality-based IPV scenarios?
Yes.
Okay. And it's distressing for the victim to be accused, is it not?
Absolutely.
It causes them a lot of fear?
Certainly.
And it causes them a lot of distress?
Absolutely, yes.
And in fact, they feel falsely accused, correct?
Yes.
And they feel paranoid?
Yes.
And they feel frightened?
Yes.
Afraid that everyone's going to believe the perpetrator, correct?
Yes.
And in fact, they're afraid they're going to lose their security, correct?
Can you clarify what you mean by security?
Well, that's the next one. And they're afraid they're going to lose their reputation, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now let's talk about the testing for a moment. You talked about the MMPI-2, but that's not the most recent MMPI, is it?
No, it's the most researched.
Okay. Now, you need to have an elevated, on the MMPI, there was only one section that had elevated scores, correct?
No, that's not correct.
It was the K section, correct?
That's not correct.
Okay. And was there any elevated score over 65 on the MMPI?
I would need to take a look at it. If, I provided a 25-page interpretation outline. If you're able to pull that up, I'd be happy to go over any of the individual scores for you.
Can you recall any clinical scales for the MMPI-2 for Amber Heard that were above 65 as you sit there today?
Again, there are multiple scales on this test, 25 pages worth listed. So if you can pull it up, then I can review and give you a confident answer.
What can you recall as you sit there?
I'm hesitant to do that because I don't want to make an error by ignoring hundreds of scale scores.
And would you agree that you can't make a pathological determination or diagnosis if the scales are not elevated on the MMPI-2?
I would not agree with that.
Okay. Now, one of the answers that Amber gave is that it's hard for her to feel safe, correct?
Are you talking about the MMPI-2?
Yes.
Again, I don't recall. There are 567 items on that. I would need to see her results.
Well, it's a common trauma symptom, isn't it, to not feel safe?
Sure.
And safety concerns are common among women who have been victimized, correct?
Women and men, yes.
Okay, and common especially for sexually victimized people. Would you agree?
Any type of victimization, yes.
Okay, and hard to trust. That's a common after effect of interpersonal violence related trauma, correct?
Sure.
And memory difficulties. Amber said she felt she had holes. Do you recall that?
I do. And her account was different than typical memory difficulties with trauma.
It is common for individuals who have experienced trauma.
And it's actually not common. No, it's a symptom, but it's the least common.
In fact, a DSM-5 diagnosis for PTSD includes a, quote, inability to remember an important aspect of the traumatic event, end of quote. Am I correct?
Yes.
Okay. And memory difficulties are a symptom of PTSD, correct?
Certain types of memory difficulties, yes.
Okay. Now, do you recall when Amber says the first incident of abuse took place?
I believe it was, the first incident in which yes. So she stated that it was early on in their relationship.
Okay. Do you recall it?
I don't recall the exact date off the top of my head.
Do you recall it being a tattoo, something related to a tattoo?
I do.
Okay. Now, if someone had been subjected to a 4-year relationship characterized by repeated IPV, they can have symptoms, correct?
Yes.
Intense anxiety?
Yes, certainly.
Depressed or irritable states?
Actually, it's not so much states. When you're looking at a real trauma reaction, it's pretty persistent. It's less of these transient states.
Intimate problems?
Yes.
Relationship difficulties?
Yes.
And these are symptoms you're also attributing to the personality disorder, correct?
Yes, there are some key differences.
Okay. Now let's talk for a moment specifically about a couple of the profiles on the MMPI. This is not an exaggerated profile for her, is it?
No, actually, that was something unique. When she completed objective broadband measures, where the questions, you don't know what the questions are getting at, they seem completely random, she raised scores that indicated that she was trying to minimize any mental issues and appear completely free of pathology. When she took tests that asked questions that were specific to trauma, that's when you'd see these extreme exaggerations.
All right, let's go to page 337. My question on line 7, this is not an exaggerated profile, is it, for her? And your answer under oath at that time was no, it is not an exaggerated profile. Do you see that?
Yes, we're
That's what
talking
you
about the
testified-
MMPI here.
You
Yes.
testified under oath at that time, correct?
Yes, that's
Okay.
correct.
Now, the profile is also not consistent with malingering, correct?
The MMPI-2 profile, it's specific to how she approached this test, and you're correct. For this test, it was a defensive profile, not an exaggerated profile.
So my question on line 10 was, this is not a profile consistent with malingering, correct? And your answer under oath at that time was correct. On this test, it is not consistent with malingering, period, right?
Yes.
That was your full answer. Okay. Now, is it your testimony under oath today that you have not been asked to testify concerning Ms. Heard's behavior in the context of her relationship with Mr. Depp, including any abuse?
That's correct.
Okay. And you have not made any determinations, including any of opinions that Ms. Heard abused Mr. Depp or Mr. Depp abused Ms. Heard, correct?
Correct. That's outside of the scope of psychology.
Okay. And you cannot testify whether Amber Heard suffered any emotional distress as a result of any of the defamatory comments that she has alleged Mr. Waldman made through Mr. Depp made through Mr. Waldman, correct?
What I can testify is that there was no indication of a decline in psychological functioning showing any injury since she's been with Mr. Depp.
You cannot testify one way or the other on that, correct? Your Honor, may we approach?
Okay.
Dr. Curry,
Yes.
in your report, nowhere in your report did you provide any opinion of whether Ms. Heard suffered emotional distress as a result of the defamatory statements. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. I have no further questions.
All right, redirect.
Dr. Kerr, you were just asked a question about malingering
Yes.
and made reference to the MMPI-2. Is there another test that you did to make a determination with respect to malingering?
Yes. So I also, well, malingering is a term that most psychologists, we try to be careful of it because it indicates an intent for secondary gain. I prefer feigning, which you had brought up earlier, because it indicates that somebody is intentionally exaggerating, but I don't know necessarily why. So I think that's a more accurate term in general. On the MMPI-2, yes, there was no exaggerated profile. I also gave her the CAPS-5. I don't know if you'll remember, but that is the clinician-administered PTSD scale consistent with the DSM-5. And on that, there were signs of gross exaggeration. I also looked at the test results that were provided by Dr. Hughes, and on an objective test of trauma, there is a scale specific to intentional exaggeration on that test, and Ms. Heard was in the 98th percentile, meaning that she had engaged in extreme levels of exaggeration.
Thank you. You were asked about intimacy problems, relationship difficulties associated with IPV, and you then said that there were some key differences.
Yes.
What are those?
So what you see when we're talking about the personality disorders is there is a very consistent pattern of the aggression, the violence, the irritability. First of all, it's escalated. But second of all, it occurs when there is either, for the borderline component, a threat of abandonment, a perceived slight, feeling like the person is about to leave you, about to walk away to get some space from an argument. It also occurs to a more mild extent, but when there's a loss of attention and a need to manipulate to try to get that attention back. But it's not, when somebody has PTSD, that irritability is sort of at a low, constant level, or it's completely random. For instance, you might have a Vietnam vet who went straight to bars for a period to get into fights with the hope that he would kill somebody and just self-destruct. So it's a very different type of presentation. IPV, it might be more irritability, but that's actually less of a symptom for female IPV victims. Usually what you'll see is somatic symptoms, the depression, a lot of fearfulness and anxiety, but typically more complaints about somatic symptoms.
Okay. You testified that some of the professionals involved in this case had to take their patient at her word. What did you mean by that?
So when you're providing therapy, you're in a very different role than an examiner. When you're the forensic examiner, you're just really looking at data to make a decision. When you're a therapist, you're an advocate for your client's well-being. And in fact, it's considered extremely unethical for a treating provider to ever provide opinion testimony like I'm providing, because it's so well known in our field that you're going to have an automatic bias for your client. It's almost a sense of protection, advocacy, wanting their best, which is why we also know that it's very inappropriate to convey any sort of opinion about whether a crime occurred, whether abuse occurred. We can certainly believe our clients. We can support them in their therapy and take them at their word. But when giving opinions and consultations, we have to be very, very cautious and really only provide the facts. We would state things in terms of, my client did report this. I saw this. Here was our treatment plan. Here was the diagnosis. It's, we're taught, we're trained to stay away from making any sort of opinions, understanding that most of the time, and most of Ms. Heard's providers were just treating Ms. Heard. They had never so much as done an initial interview with Mr. Depp and gotten his whole life story or his symptoms or his side of any of it. And they're going to be advocating, and the treatment relationship is about helping your client achieve well-being, not making formal psychological or psychiatric opinions.
So you're asked a question about a series of doctors. Dr. Cohen, treating physician?
Yes, he was a psychologist.
Yeah. Dr. Banks, treating physician?
Dr. Banks, yes, treating psychiatrist.
Dr. Anderson?
Yes, treating psychologist.
Every one of them had to take Amber Heard at his word, right?
Yes.
Excuse me. Oh, overruled.
Thank you. No further questions.
All right. Is this witness subject? Yes, sorry. Is this witness subject to recall?
Yeah, for rebuttal.
All right. Since you're subject to recall, Dr. Curry, please do not discuss your testimony. Okay. All right. Yes, sir. Thank you.
My apologies, Your Honor. Mr. Depp, you sent this text to Christian Carino on August 15th?
I most certainly did.
Okay. And in this text that you sent to Christian, Christian Carino is the person who used to be Amber's agent and then was your agent for a time, correct?
That is correct.
And in this text, Your Honor, permission to publish, please.
Do you want to put in evidence first?
Move for admission of 857A.
Any objection?
No objection.
All right. 857A, as redacted, will be in evidence.
Thank you, Your Honor. And in this text, Mr. Depp, you said, she's begging for total global humiliation. She's going to get it. I'm going to need your texts about San Francisco, brother. I'm even sorry to ask, but she sucked Mollusk's crooked dick and he gave her some shitty lawyers. I have no mercy, no fear, and not an ounce of emotion. or what I once thought was love for this gold-digging, low-level, dime-a-dozen, mushy, pointless, dangling, overused, flappy fish market. I'm so fucking happy she wants to go to fight this out. She will hit the wall hard, and I cannot wait to have this waste of a cum guzzler out of my life. I met a fucking sublime little Russian here, which made me realize the time I blew on that 50-cent stripper. I wouldn't touch her with a goddamn glove. I can only hope that karma kicks in and takes the gift of breath from her. Sorry, man, but now I will stop at nothing. Let's see if Mollusk has a pair. Come see me face to face. I'll show him things he's never seen before, like the other side of his dick when I slice it off. Did I read that right?
You did.
And in this text, Your Honor, permission to publish, please.
Do you want to put it in evidence
Yeah,
first?
move for admission of
Any
857A.
objection?
No objection.
All right, 857A, as redacted, will be in evidence.
Thank you, Your Honor. And in this text, Mr. Depp, you said, she's begging for total global humiliation. She's going to get it. I'm going to need your text about San Francisco, brother. I'm even sorry to ask, but she sucked Mollusk's crooked dick and he gave her some shitty lawyers. I have no mercy, no fear, and not an ounce of emotion, or what I once thought was love for this gold-digging, low-level, dime-a-dozen, mushy, pointless, dangling, overused, flappy fish market. I'm so fucking happy she wants to go to fight this out. She will hit the wall hard, and I cannot wait to have this waste of a cum guzzler out of my life. I met a fucking sublime little Russian here, which made me realize the time I blew on that 50-cent stripper. I wouldn't touch her with a goddamn glove. I can only hope that karma kicks in and takes the gift of breath from her. Sorry, man, but now I will stop at nothing. Let's see if Mollusk has a pair. Come see me face to face. I'll show him things he's never seen before, like the other side of his dick when I slice it off. Did I read that right?
You did.
Now, not long after this, you can take that down, Michelle, thank you. Not long after this, you met Mr. Waldman in the late summer or fall of 2016, correct?
I believe, yeah, September, October, somewhere in there, whatever.
And he's been your attorney since then, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you met with him with the Daily Mail in London in February 2020, didn't you?
I'm sorry, again?
You and Mr. Waldman together met with the Daily Mail in London in February 2020, didn't you?
Are you asking?
Mr. Depp, you sent this text to Christian Carino on August 15th?
I most certainly did.
Okay. And in this text that you sent to Christian Carino is the person who used to be Amber's agent and then was your agent for a time, correct?
That is correct.
And in this text, Your Honor, permission to publish, please.
Do you want to put it in evidence
Yeah,
first?
move for admission of
Any
857A.
objection?
No objection.
All right, 857A, as redacted, will be in evidence.
Thank you, Your Honor. And in this text, Mr. Depp, you said, she's begging for total global humiliation. She's going to get it. I'm going to need your texts about San Francisco, brother. I'm even sorry to ask, but she sucked Mollusk's crooked dick and he gave her some shitty lawyers. I have no mercy, no fear, and not an ounce of emotion, or what I once thought was love for this gold-digging, low-level, dime-a-dozen, mushy, pointless, dangling, overused, flappy fish market. I'm so fucking happy she wants to go to fight this out. She will hit the wall hard, and I cannot wait to have this waste of a cum guzzler out of my life. I met a fucking sublime little Russian here, which made me realize the time I blew on that 50-cent stripper. I wouldn't touch her with a goddamn glove. I can only hope that karma kicks in and takes the gift of breath from her. Sorry, man, but now I will stop at nothing. Let's see if Mollusk has a pair. Come see me face to face. I'll show him things he's never seen before, like the other side of his dick when I slice it off. Did I read that right?
You did.
Now, not long after this, you can take that down, Michelle, thank you. Not long after this, you met Mr. Waldman in the late summer or fall of 2016, correct?
I believe, yeah, September, October, somewhere in there, whatever.
And he's been your attorney since then, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you met with him with the Daily Mail in London in February 2020, didn't you?
I'm sorry, again?
You and Mr. Waldman together met with the Daily Mail in London in February 2020, didn't you?
Are you asking me a question about...
Put in evidence
Yeah,
first.
move for admission of
Any
857A.
objection?
No objection.
All right, 857A, as redacted, will be in evidence.
Thank you, Your Honor. And in this text, Mr. Depp, you said, she's begging for total global humiliation. She's going to get it. I'm going to need your texts about San Francisco, brother. I'm even sorry to ask, but she sucked Mollusk's crooked dick and he gave her some shitty lawyers. I have no mercy, no fear, and not an ounce of emotion, or what I once thought was love for this gold-digging, low-level, dime-a-dozen, mushy, pointless, dangling, overused, flappy fish market. I'm so fucking happy she wants to go to fight this out. She will hit the wall hard, and I cannot wait to have this waste of a cum guzzler out of my life. I met a fucking sublime little Russian here, which made me realize the time I blew on that 50-cent stripper. I wouldn't touch her with a goddamn glove. I can only hope that karma kicks in and takes the gift of breath from her. Sorry, man, but now I will stop at nothing. Let's see if Mollusk has a pair. Come see me face to face. I'll show him things he's never seen before, like the other side of his dick when I slice it off. Did I read that right?
You did.
Now, not long after this, you can take that down, Michelle, thank you. Not long after this, you met Mr. Waldman.
Hello, Abby. Great to see you. Welcome to the stream. Hope you're doing well. Hello, Pinky. Everybody, shout to everybody in chat. All right.
Late summer or fall of 2016, correct?
I believe, yeah, September, October, somewhere in there, whatever.
And he's been your attorney since then, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you met with him with the Daily Mail in London in February 2020, didn't you?
I'm sorry, again?
You and Mr. Waldman together met with the Daily Mail in London in February 2020, didn't you?
Are you asking me a question about my attorney and I?
Yeah, that you two met with people from the Daily Mail in London in February 2020.
Was that during the London trial?
No,
No?
no, in February.
I don't recall it, though.
Okay.
I don't.
To the extent Mr. Waldman testified that you did, you don't dispute that, correct?
I just don't, I don't recall it.
Okay. You don't disagree with Mr. Waldman's testimony that you and he met with people from the Daily Mail in London in February 2020, correct?
If that's Mr. Waldman's testimony, then...
Okay.
But I just didn't necessarily know who these people were.
Right.
I guess.
The same month that the Daily Mail released alleged tapes between you and Amber.
Objection
Correct.
calls for speculation. Lack of
Alleged.
personal knowledge.
Alleged.
I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
Now, Mr. Depp, you testified, and I wrote it down before lunch. You said, when Ms. Myers asked you something about, how does it feel to make you, or how does it feel to be here? You said, I've been living with it for 6 years and waiting to be able to get the truth out. Remember saying that?
Yes.
You also said, I've spoken up for what I've been carrying on my back. Something to that effect. Do you remember saying that?
Yes.
And you've claimed several times in this proceeding, Mr. Depp, that this trial is your first chance to tell your story, haven't you?
Yes, sir.
But that's just not true, is it, Mr. Depp? That's not true.
No, for me it is true.
Okay, well, here's the thing. The fact is, Mr. Depp, when Dan Wooten wrote an article that was published in The Sun calling you a wife beater, you brought a lawsuit against The Sun in June of 2018, correct?
Yes, I brought
And that was 6 months before Miss Heard ever wrote her op-ed, correct? Amber's agent and then was your agent for a time, correct?
In the Donna Adelson murder trial, the judge told the jurors they have, after the verdict, they had a unique privilege to not have discuss what was deliberated, and there is no report of any jurors having spoken publicly at the moment. But we'll look to see if any future things come out about the jurors and Adelson trial coming out. All right.
That is correct.
And in this text, Your Honor, permission to publish, please.
Do you want to put in evidence
Yeah,
first?
move for admission of
Any
857A.
objection?
No objection.
All right, 857A, as redacted, will be in evidence.
Thank you, Your Honor. And in this text, Mr. Depp, you said, she's begging for total global humiliation. She's going to get it. I'm going to need your texts about San Francisco, brother. I'm even sorry to ask, but she sucked Mollusk's crooked dick and he gave her some shitty lawyers. I have no mercy, no fear, and not an ounce of emotion, or what I once thought was love for this gold-digging, low-level, dime-a-dozen, mushy, pointless, dangling, overused, flappy fish market. I'm so fucking happy she wants to go to fight this out. She will hit the wall hard, and I cannot wait to have this waste of a cum guzzler out of my life. I met a fucking sublime little Russian here, which made me realize the time I blew on that 50-cent stripper. I wouldn't touch her with a goddamn glove. I can only hope that karma kicks in and takes the gift of breath from her. Sorry, man, but now I will stop at nothing. Let's see if Mollusk has a pair. Come see me face to face. I'll show him things he's never seen before, like the other side of his dick when I slice it off. Did I read that right?
You did.
Now, not long after this, you can take that down, Michelle, thank you. Not long after this, you met Mr. Waldman in the late summer or fall of 2016, correct? You said, she's begging for total global humiliation. She's going to get it. I'm going to need your texts about San Francisco, brother. I'm even sorry to ask, but she sucked Mollusk's crooked dick and he gave her some shitty lawyers. I have no mercy, no fear, and not an ounce of emotion, or what I once thought was love for this gold-digging, low-level, dime-a-dozen, mushy, pointless, dangling, overused, flappy fish market. I'm so fucking happy she wants to go to fight this out. She will hit the wall hard, and I cannot wait to have this waste of a cum guzzler out of my life. I met a fucking sublime little Russian here, which made me realize the time I blew on that 50-cent stripper. I wouldn't touch her with a goddamn glove. I can only hope that karma kicks in and takes the gift of breath from her. Sorry, man, but now I will stop at nothing. Let's see if Mollusk has a pair. Come see me face to face. I'll show him things he's never seen before, like the other side of his dick when I slice it off. Did I read that right?
You did.
Now, not long after this, you can take that down, Michelle, thank you. Not long after this, you met Mr. Waldman in the late summer or fall of 2016, correct?
Guilty of the crime of murder in violation of Penal Code Section 187A, a felony, as charged in count 1 of the indictment.
After eight,
We, the jury, in the above entitled action, find the defendant, Monica Cementelli, guilty of the crime of murder in violation of Penal Code Section 187A, a felony, as charged in count 1 of the indictment.
That's Monica Cementelli. Yeah, of Monica Sonatelli's reaction. Okay, and then we have this other one.
Swear. It will be up to you to decide whether to preserve.
All right, here we go. Another part of the reaction. Narcissist woman who thinks they are so different from the rest, they can get 12 people to be fools. Yeah, bye, Donna, right. And probe that like button. Yeah, thank you, chat. Thank you. Shout out to the lurkers. Scared.
Everyone understands whatever the verdict will be in the case. I do not want there to be any.
Abby, according to AI, the prosecution has an option to go for Wendy, and they probably will. And Georgia hinted at there's more to come. So yeah, so there's more to come. That's what the Georgia said. So it's likely they're going to prosecute her. The state of Florida will prosecute her, most likely. Let's see if she goes. So let's see if Wendy all of a sudden has a suppressed desire to go to Vietnam. The whole word is scared.
Gesturing or anyone making any movements that we either agree or disagree with the verdict. We are going to respect what the jury's decision is, and we are not going to subject them to any displays of emotion, whether it be from the gallery or the parties. If anyone believes they are not capable of following this instruction, I'd ask you to step outside at this time. Mrs. Adelson also as well, once the verdict is read, again, I'm going to advise you, do not have any displays of emotion as best you can. You are in control yourself. Do you understand?
She's about to do her orgasm. Scared.
Please bring in the jurors. Please remain seated when the jurors come in this particular time. If the jury foreperson could please rise. Has the jury reached a unanimous verdict? Yeah. If you please can hand the verdict form to the bailiff. Having reviewed the verdict form, it is in its proper order. At this time, I will publish the verdict. We, the jury, find as follows as to count 1 of the indictment, first-degree murder. The defendant is guilty of first-degree murder. Mrs. Adelson, control yourself. Count 2. We, the jury, find as follows as to count 2 of the indictment. Conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. The defendant is guilty of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. Count 3. We, the jury, find as follows as to count 3 of the indictment. Solicitation to commit first-degree murder. The defendant is guilty of solicitation to commit first-degree murder. And it is signed and dated by the foreperson. One moment. Members of the jury, the bailiff will escort you to the jury room. Please remain seated when the jurors come in this particular time.
I'm back. I had to close some windows down. I'm back. Okay, let's continue.
If the jury foreperson could please rise. Has the jury reached a unanimous verdict? Yeah. If you please can hand the verdict form to the bailiff. Having reviewed the verdict form, it is in its proper order. At this time, I will publish the verdict. We, the jury, find as follows as to count 1 of the indictment, first-degree murder. The defendant is guilty of first-degree murder. Mrs. Adelson, control yourself. Count 2. We, the jury, find as follows.
She's having... Her orgasm is too intense, and the dude is like, control yourself. You're not supposed to act like an amateur. It's not amateur night.
Follows as the count 2 of the indictment. Conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. The defendant is guilty of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. Count 3. We, the jury, find as follows as the count 3 of the indictment. Solicitation to commit first-degree murder. The defendant is guilty of solicitation to commit first-degree murder. And it is signed and dated by the foreperson. One moment. Members of the jury, the bailiff will escort you to the jury room.
Yeah, Yeah, and Abby says Donna gonna be the bitch of the block she's put in. No doubt, she has no backbone. Yeah, she has a Sheen backbone with a Timu bone marrow. Yeah, she got them Timu bones. Yeah. Yeah, and they're asking me if she's still. Aaron, who was here, who's like probably listening, or yesterday she was saying asking me how long did Adelson orgasm. I said she's still doing it to right now. Right this moment she's doing it. She just can't control herself. After she had that euphoric experience, and the other women that are grabbing her saggy fish titties, they're all touching her right now, and she's still doing it at the moment. So yeah, she that what she is. She had the time of her life. And we're playing it again. Okay.
Well, once the verdict is read, again, I'm going to advise you, do not have any displays of emotion as best you can. You are in control yourself. Do you understand?
Shout out to Mary Toodles.
Please bring in the jurors. Please remain seated when the jurors come in this particular time. If the jury foreperson could please rise. Has the jury reached a unanimous verdict? No. If you please can hand the verdict form to the bailiff. Having reviewed the verdict form, it is in its proper order. At this time, I will publish the verdict. We, the jury, find as follows as the count one of the indictment, first-degree murder. The defendant is guilty of first-degree murder. Mrs. Adelson, control yourself. Count two. We, the jury, find as follows as the count two of the indictment, conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. The defendant is guilty of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. Count three. We, the jury, find as follows as the count three of the indictment, solicitation to commit first-degree murder. The defendant is guilty of solicitation to commit first-degree murder. And it is signed and dated by the foreperson. One moment. Members of the jury, the bailiff will escort you to the jury room. Mrs. Mrs. Adelson, while this was not the outcome I'm sure that you desired, there will not be any further outbursts in front of the jury. If you cannot control yourself, I am going to have to determine if you will be removed from the remainder of this process. Do you understand what I'm saying to you? Do you need a moment to collect yourself? Before the jurors are brought back in, we will take a brief 2-minute break. Please give her tissues if she needs them. When the jurors are brought back into the room, does the defense wish to have the jurors polled before they are discharged?
Yes, Your Honor.
Very well. Please bring back in the jurors so we can conclude with their portion of the trial. And the verdict is published, I'd like to make sure everyone understands. Whatever the verdict will be in the case, I do not want there to be any gesturing or anyone making any movements that we either agree or disagree with the verdict. We are going to respect what the jury's decision is, and we are not going to subject them to any displays of emotion, whether it be from the gallery or the parties. If anyone believes they are not capable of following this instruction, I'd ask you to step outside at this time. Mrs. Adelson also as well, once the verdict is read, again, I'm going to advise you, do not have any displays of emotion. As best you can, you are in control of yourself. Do you understand? Does either party have anything that needs to be addressed before the jurors are brought in? There you go. Please bring in the jurors. Please remain seated when the jurors come in this particular time. the jury foreperson could please rise.
I was muted. I was muted. Okay. So, send her to Alcatraz, Alligator Alcatraz, El Salvador. They have space for Miss Donna. They're very accommodating there. I still vote Sentinel or Snake Island, though. You see, backhead, swipe transaction accepted, sentence pending, verdict approved. Thank you for your payment, sir. Yes, Abby, that was a good one, definitely. All the people in the lobby look like fools from Lord of the Rings. Like fowls from Lord of the Rings. Yes, they look like the fowls from Lord of the Rings. A very good one. Yes. Ghouls. Ghouls. Okay. Yeah. I was thinking of fowls. I'm like, is that a... I was like thinking from like, what is that? But okay, ghouls. I get it, Miranda. All the people in the lobby look like ghouls from Lord of the Rings. Oh, that's a good one. As I said, very good. I remember watching Lord of the Rings. That was a very good movie. Back in school, my buddy and I would watch it. And like my thing on movie Fridays was Pirates of the Caribbean. And what he was bringing was Lord of the Rings. So it was an interesting contrast between both. Yeah, definitely. They also look like the big orcs from Lord of the Rings. Reversed empty seats because Donna ain't worth the time to show. Yeah, absolutely. Scared.
Has the jury reached a unanimous verdict? If you please can hand the verdict form to the bailiff. Having reviewed the verdict form, it is in its proper order. At this time, I will publish the verdict. We, the jury, find as follows as the count one of the indictment, first-degree murder. The defendant is guilty of first-degree murder. Mrs. Adelson, control yourself. Count two. We, the jury, find as follows as the count two of the indictment, conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. The defendant is guilty of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. Count three. We, the jury, find as follows as the count three of the indictment, solicitation to commit first-degree murder. The defendant is guilty of solicitation to commit first-degree murder. And it is signed and dated by the foreperson. One moment. Members of the jury, the bailiff will escort you to the jury room. Mrs. Adelson, while this was not the outcome I'm sure that you desired, there will not be any further outbursts in front of the jury. If you cannot control yourself, I am going to have to determine if you will be removed from the remainder of this process. Do you understand what I'm saying to you?
Yeah, exactly, Abby, because the father was lost and the children don't have a father. It's very horrible, and he was educated well. He was a good partner, good parent. It didn't have to be like this, and this is a message to other people to not take such drastic ways, such drastic ways of dealing with things, because there's better ways she could have dealt with this. And she could have even sued them if she felt necessary. You shouldn't have to do all this. But it just completely would go out the window. This is just not right. What a little Karen child can't stand that ugly face. The part when the lawyer whispers, "We are going to appeal, don't worry." Ah, yes, and it's true that she's going to have an appeal. That is true. Thanks, Tom.
Do you need a moment to collect yourself? Before the jurors are brought back in, we will take a brief 2-minute break. Please give her tissues if she needs them. When the jurors are brought back into the room, does the defense wish to have the jurors polled before they are discharged?
Yes, Your Honor.
Very well. Please bring back in the jurors so we can conclude with their portion of the trial.
Okay, Abby, understood. And G says, Lord, it's aliens chat. He said yes, LO. If you know you did something, why are you shocked? And why do you judge the jurors who use their brain to figure you out? And how are you mad at them or shocked? Yeah. It was... You see, because the person believes... Yes, G, I'll marry you. Okay, so the person... Now, people don't... Going to prison is nothing fun for anybody. And the other factor is the person feels self-centered, where they care about themselves only, and they're so confident that they're able to fool the jury and fool everybody else that... With the narcissistic condition that they have, they cannot fathom them losing. So it's more of a prideful thing, G. It's pride pretty much. Another reason why she's surprised is that she's given over to her delusions, her false delusions. Now, like the Bible says that God would allow people to be given over to their own delusions. So she had a delusion that it would actually work, and that could be a good motivator to do something great. But in this situation, every piper is paid. Every door has a key. So she got karma of the universe for what she did, and she doesn't understand that in her narcissistic delusion that she was wrong. That she was not going to fool them. So that is put in layman's terms. She had a delusion, a narcissistic delusion, that she was going to convince them. The way that the jury, her attorneys made her look, and she just couldn't fathom that. Right. Yes, right. She thought everyone would fall for the cardigan. Like, say for Bundy, for instance, Ted Bundy, Ted would appeal for years on death row, and then he finally was going to do it, and he had this final interview, which he probably did have, in my opinion, remorse, or became Christian maybe. There is truth to that, in my opinion, but he certainly was trying to get the death penalty reduced, and he didn't want to get electrocuted, and he thought that he can get himself out of the situation by saying it was say violent media and things like that that caused him to, which there could be truth to that, but he didn't take responsibility for it. But at the same time, his people thought it could be a way to get a final stay. Now, Dobson, who did the interview, said when you're about to get the deletion penalty, the death penalty, you're not going to confess to 30 murders, so maybe he was trying to come clean, only God knows. But from this movie I saw, No Man of God on Netflix, it basically that both narratives are true. Both narratives are true. He was trying to avoid the death penalty, and he was trying to do the right thing and repented. That's what the movie was saying. There's probably, so both were true. Now, the point here is that during his trial and during all this, Ted thought he was going to convince people that he was not the guy that did this, or he should be given a stay, let go, whatever. And they just have a narcissistic delusion. It could be good for something positive like Apple or Microsoft or Tesla or Facebook, Twitter, YouTube. Those people had this undying, and I also had this goal that will be accomplished, God willing. Now, since it's used for something positive, it will, you see, we have YouTube, we have these other things on the platform, but she did something very evil, so that's why her thing did not work. And karma got her, because it's like every dog has its day. Like, karma pays people. Like, if something good happens, you deserve that. If the people like this that did something wrong, now not everybody gets caught. Like, the Zodiac Killer wasn't caught. There's many people that are not caught. There's many serial deleters that are not caught. All right? So, but this person was caught, and in their delusion, they have an over delusion that they're going to win, but they're not taking wisdom or intelligence or common sense and accountability. So they pay the piper. So yeah, it's just a delusion that they think they're going to win, but they don't. Okay, so Bundy was not even that cute. I don't know why people call him attractive, even before he was convicted. Just an opinion. I'm still listening. Okay, thank you, Abby. And to see after what he did, he wasn't, that good looking, especially with the way his creepiness. A thing about that makes him not attractive is his creepiness and what he did. Like, a vibe someone gives off could really affect the way they look. So, in my opinion, and there was a charm about him too. So those are the factors that played a role. Because there's pictures of him, Abby. He's really creepy looking. There's many of them. There's new pictures of him coming out, and he's really disturbing. Like there's something not right about somebody. Yeah, he definitely gives that off. If he wasn't so of a disturbed person, maybe he wouldn't give off such creepiness to him. But yeah, another factor about him is his creepiness. That he has a stare to him, and it's just something's not right about him. From different pictures, well, released by our modern standards. Maybe back then they thought something about him, especially if they didn't know there was something not right with him. Like a woman that is just hanging out at the beach, and this dude with dark hair and is, that's not overweight, comes up and he just wants some help with a sailboat. That's what he would do. A broken arm, he needs help with a sailboat. Now, something you got to remember is why on earth would someone with a cast want a sailboat, help with a sailboat? And some people caught his creepiness. Some people ran away from him and didn't want anything to do with him. But other people just didn't catch it, unfortunately. Yeah, he'd be cringe today. Yeah, he would definitely be cringe today, because people these days would be creeped out by him. I'm going to read G's messages, and I'll show you all these pictures I'm talking about. Okay. Tom, I kind of disagree, but that's okay. I think Monica was more involved, too, because she met him for sex. Donna definitely asked Charlie to let her know, and I truly believe she had have him deleted. It was the only way to get rid of a 41-year-old opinionated dad. Don't forget, he was going away. This was the only way. Wendy truly seemed like she didn't care. She tried to give up. Charlie was truly didn't give a rat's eos. I had the same opinion as prosecutor before she even opinioning in the closing. It's okay, Tom. All opinions shape us. I love yours. It made me think for sure. At times, I will change my thoughts on this one. It seems the woman knows today, 4-year-olds. They are lazier. I don't care as much. Georgia was right. Wendy gave up some point. It didn't care. Met a guy, etc. I feel as if the mom had basic instincts to care more. My children, fight for them. Oh, hello, Liberty. Good to see you. Fight for them. Page bounced up. I get what type of thing, according to prosecutor. I do feel bad her slightly a bit because she did it for her kid. I mean, ironically, she will live another 25 years if she weren't in jail at most. Statistically, probably 20. Hebe cringe. Her quality of life probably until 90, so 15 years is what she has. So even the second degree, she was done for. All she could get, that would be worth anything. In 2 years in jail. All right. All right, here we go. So, Abby, you may be listening or not, or something like that. So, all right. So this is some pictures of Ted Bundy I was talking about, where you see his eyes, like in this one when he was taking one of the pictures during the indictment. His eyes are real crazy looking. Like if anybody these days in our modern times with those eyes walked up to somebody, they're gonna be taking a camera out and saying, "Who is you?" Like they'd be very disturbed by the way his presence. Now this is another picture of him when he was in Colorado incarcerated. You see, like, yeah, he has hair and he has a little bit of a beard and he has a shirt on, but look at his face. His eyes aren't right. Like, imagine you're just sitting somewhere and a dude's looking at you like that. It'd be uncomfortable. So that is the thing about him. It was the inside the person also affected the way he came off as. Yeah, who is you, my homie? Who is you? What are those? That's what they'd say. Yes, it just... Yeah, it's a very devious smile. Yeah. Now, she was... Yeah, as I said, like, you're just sitting somewhere, and this dude's just looking at you, and he wants help with his sailboat, and he has a cast on. And how are you going to sail a boat with a cast on? But in those times, people didn't really seem to... rest in peace, those poor souls. But there are some that did, okay? There were some that did. Now, there's a story of Ted where he was like trying to do the sailboat trick to multiple women that day. And a girl's boyfriend came up to him and was like, "Oh, why do you need help with a sailboat with a cast?" And he was, "Oh, I just was going to sail for a little while." And he was telling him to get lost. And he looked at the woman with that look that you see on the screen, and he said, "It's your lucky day today." Because the boyfriend stopped her from going with him. Yeah. Now, that's one of the most disturbing ones of him in the courtroom. Devious smile in my direction. Yeah, that would certainly suit this one. That's an artistic depiction of it. Yeah, it's just, like, who is you? Like, okay, new photos. That's the other one I want to say. To describe for people that are listening, he has a very intense stare and a very sinister smile. Like, he's looking like the Grinch. I'm serious. Like, yeah, so this is the Grinch right here. Yeah, he was fishing. That's true, yes. Alright, so that's the Grinch grinning. And that's Ted Bundy grinning. Like, that's what people will be making memes of him. Like, if it happened today, people would be making memes of him. Like, they'll be putting the Grinch next to him. Like that, yeah. There's something not right there. Okay. These are some of the new photos. That's one when he was in his house with his girlfriend, Liz. You see his, even there, he has like a sinister look to him. Right there, he's a sinister look. He's with the girlfriend. He's wearing some suspenders. I've worn suspenders before. But the outfit looked it was like the Jack Dawson outfit from Titanic. That's like an outfit I have. It looks similar to that with the suspenders. But this guy, I don't know what's going on here. I wasn't there. I don't know what the style was, but I don't understand the suspenders. It's like some... and for anybody that did this, that was cool people, I'm not talking about you. But like this dude looking like the nefarious Mickey Mouse right here. Like, I don't... Yeah. It's... Like, anything about him is unsettling. And we got... This was him. This was him when he was in arrest in Colorado. It's a colored picture of him. And... Yeah, you see, he looks older in that picture. And he was about my age. He was my age in that picture. He was 27 or 28. He started his serial deletings, I think 27. I'll have to fact check that. But yeah, he definitely looks older in that one. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, that's up close. And, yeah, that's his eyes. Yeah, people said, Liberty, that his eyes look black when he was doing these deletions. Yeah. And this is Brian Kohberger compared to Ted Bundy. They certainly look related. Okay? They look related. Now, I will say... There's a story that he was... His eye... Okay, he was a sperm donor, by the way. And he has thousands of descendants, allegedly. In that part of the country. Or anywhere. He's allegedly a sperm donor. Oh, Liberty, the blue eyes... Shout out to blue eye people. My eyes change all kinds of different colors. So in this situation with blue eyes, yeah, people think it's unsettling because it looks, yeah, people think it looks unnatural. It looks more cold looking to some people. Ted Bundy was allegedly a sperm donor. There was a newspaper article from around this time period that he was a sperm donor. And he had offspring all over the place, technically. And they were telling people in the newspaper, signs of a serial killer. If they're hurting animals or doing creepy things, that they might be a descendant of him. Yeah, see, those eyes, like, he has this... really nefarious look to him in that one. This is unfortunately one of his victims. Abby said, Fowler is a prime example of a sperm donor. I guess in a way mine too. In a way. Yes, mine in a way too. So, I'll explain to you everything about him. I know everything about this dude. Scared. I'm not going out to. I'm not doing these kind of activities, of course, but I know everything about this guy. So with Ted, the thing about Ted was he grew up in Pennsylvania. His mother had him out of wedlock at a time period where it was not acceptable. He had a situation occur where the mother lied to him and told him that his grandparents were his parents and that his mother was his sister. And allegedly this caused him self-esteem issues and trauma. And he had siblings, yes. He had many brothers and sisters. Yes, exactly, G. We don't want me in jail forever. Yes, that's true. I don't want to be in jail. I want to be doing the right thing and godly work. And this was a picture of him. That was his final interview. Yeah, and that was like a picture of him on a TV. That's Zac Efron in a movie about him. So, with another thing about Ted is that I know pretty much of a lot of things with this. There's a lot of rabbit holes over years. More information has come out. So, with the situation, he had his theory that he was angry at his mom for what the situation was, and his mind was messed up. And his grandfather was allegedly a psycho that hurt animals and abused his mother and his sisters all the time. There's theories that that he is a product of incest between his mother and his father and her father. That he was born from incest. Now, he says in his final interview that violent pornography was in the kinky stuff fueled his fantasies, and that he was so addicted to it, he had a snap, and he went and did things like this, and he felt remorse and empathy, but he would snap back into it, into a trance, and do it again and again. And the really, if your discretion advised, the really fun part for him was when they were after they passed away. That was really his fun part, where he liked the most. DNA's been tested. I think DNA has been tested. Nothing has been confirmed at the moment. I'll go fact check that, though, to make sure. But, yeah. All right, right here. That one. Another thing that happened was with Bundy, with Ted. He had a girlfriend in college, and she broke up with him because he wasn't ambitious, and she just, didn't feel right about him, and that really traumatized him. And he went to go see adult theaters and adult movies and stuff, and he wanted revenge. And all the women resemble her. So there's a combination of different factors. Now, Ted said it was not his mother or his family that caused him trauma, but it was this prawn stuff that he was looking at that caused him to go off the deep end. Abby says, so notice with a lot of men that don't get biologías, when they're overweight and not taking care of themselves, when they end up completely transforming, they end up adopting a fucking girl's attitude. Because they figure they weren't good enough before and now they are, but it just fuels their incel mind. That's if they are one. There's plenty of men out there that aren't. Right, exactly. In jail is isolated quickly. Ryan looks a lot creepier. This guy can pass for normal based on these pics. Okay, G, understood. Which one in the upper left corner pic in the white? He looks creepy there. Right, I think that's picture G was talking about. That one. And also that's another creepy one. Oh, this one's just terrible looking. Alright, that was him with the girl, with his girlfriend Liz. Right there. Okay, let's see. Oh, that's terrible DNA tested. And their interviews... There are some vague interviews with his mom, but they're very short. And he also targeted women in MSLB. He also targeted one man, allegedly. He went after a man, too. Alright, and... Right, so that is, like, what his problem was. In color. Alright, there's just... Oh, look at this one. This one's just... That was him in the courtroom. Like, people thought that was attractive. Like, he doesn't... He looks like a demon. And Liberty said, it's all sad because the victims, and even him, he could have been something helpful and good because very intelligent. Yeah, and he was saying, like, in the movie, that there was a lot of crimes that he could solve. And all kinds of things he could do. But he chose a different path. Yeah, he definitely was laughing with his eyes. G thinks like that. You can have hair ties in county, but not in prison. Begged tuna is available in prison and not in county. Okay, so... Interesting. Uglier than an unshaven ball sack. Yes, yes. And that's another one of him. Yeah, this is another one. Look, he has a creepy smile there. He's really unsettling. Yeah, definitely very good. That was like when he was doing his activities. Another thing one of my friends said is that he frowns, he smiles, he shows emotions in his face, so it makes him look less creepy. But no, he gives off complete darkness. Alright, that one. This is during his final interview. He kind of reminds me of Eric Harris, the school shooter, in that picture. Yeah, but that was him in his final interview. He looks like an ugly lady with curls. Yes, that's true. Right, and that one, you know, I showed one of my friends that, and he was like, dude, this looks creepy in that picture. Yeah, just, and he looks older looking. He looks like older. Like, nowadays people, much more young looking. And he was like in his, there he was in his 40s. Like, yeah, is that like a face you want to see every morning? Like, this guy coming up to people and asking for some help. And they go, oh, sure. Rest in peace to them. Liberty said, Abby, fat kids get treated so bad, especially in the past when there was fear of them. It messes up in the mind sometimes. He's so average, but what he did makes him gross. BK is just creepy. Did you know he used to be overweight, then lost it? There's an example of incel. G said, yes, Amster. I saw a pic of Koberger, and he was overweight. But the thing is, there's a lid for every pot. Women aren't as picky as men. They go for love, but he wanted hot girls, and that he couldn't get. Larry say he looks like a movie star. Yeah, and yeah, it's just the thing that hindered his looks that he had was the vibes and the stare he has. But yeah, definitely. But people weren't able to pick up on it. That's why he was able to trick so many people, Liberty. That was him before he did the crimes. You see, he looks more chill there. He looks more calm. And that was another picture of him before he did it. Now, with this guy, there are theories that he did psychedelic drugs and it messed his mind up. Yeah, that was before he became crazy. But like I said, like Charles Manson, for instance. That dude, it's like night and day with that guy. Yeah, like Charles Manson, his mugshot. Right, so that's Charles Manson. Right there. And this was him before. This was Charles Manson before he took drugs. The psychedelics. And although he was a bad kid growing up. His mother was a prostitute. He stole stuff. His whole life he was a criminal, okay? But that's what he looked like before. As he microdosing mushrooms. Yeah, be careful, Roan Lord. Be careful. Scared. Doesn't mean everybody that does those things are doing that. But it's some people who had a bad reaction to it. He needs actual psych meds. But back then it wasn't accepted. And even everyone thinks they're fine and don't need medications. Yeah, okay, hun. Whatever you say. Yeah. Richard Menendez, and that was Bundy, and then that was... Everything was, like, better in the 50s. It just seems like a lot of things are better in the 50s and 40s. Scared. Oh, yeah, this guy, the Night Stalker. And this guy. Yeah, bro was nuts. Yeah, this dude would stalk people when they sleep in and then go delete them. Scared. Yeah, exactly, Lord. Yeah. You're right. Let's see like a summary about this, bro. Richard Menendez was a serial killer, deleter, burglar, and sex offender known as the Night Stalker who terrorized California's residents in 1984 and 85. 85 was the year Jobs got fired from Apple. He was convicted of 13 murders and a host of other felonies and was deleted in prison while on deletion row. Ramirez committed a series of home invasions crimes in Los Angeles and San Francisco Bay Area from 84 to 85. Oh, the Golden State Killer. Okay. He would enter homes modus operandi. He would enter homes at night through unlocked windows or doors using a variety of weapons. It would often mutilate victims' bodies and leave satanic symbols such as pentagrams at the crime scenes. His victims varied widely in age, gender, and background, which made it difficult for authorities to profile him early on. In some attacks, he forced victims to swear their love for Satan during assault and told victims, "Tell them the Night Stalker was here." Identification. Police were able to identify Ramirez after finding a fingerprint at a crime scene, and his mugshot from previous arrests for auto theft was released to the public on August 29, 85. Arrest. August 31, 85. An angry mob of East Los Angeles residents recognized Ramirez and chased and beat him until police arrived. Conviction. In 89, Ramirez was convicted of 43 felonies, including 13 counts of murder. He was sentenced to deletion in California's gas chamber. During trial, he gained a group of admirers and often made satanic hand gestures in court. Lord says, Night Stalker was a thing in the 80s. My family members freaked out during all that. A lot of them were law enforcement and making everyone lock their doors and close their windows at night. Oh, okay, thanks. And you know, it's crazy too, because all of these guys that were looking at only deleted their victims, but actually mutilated them as well, which is insane. Oh, I am going to get that question answered, Abby, in a moment. Joseph James D'Angelo was Golden State the leader, also known as the East Area Rapist and the original Night Stalker who committed a long series of burglaries, rapes, and murders throughout California in the 70s and 80s. He was arrested in 18 after DNA evidence linked him to cold cases, and in 20, he was sentenced to life in prison. I know a woman personally who was murdered. Well, that is really traumatic. But rest in peace to your friend. And I hope the person was caught that did it and was locked up. All right, here we go. Oh, okay, Abby, understood. Lisa Knofel. Okay, thank you. Yeah, I see it. Lisa died November 2012. Her husband and foster daughter conspired to delete her. My step-nephew was murdered at age 20. Oh, that is... Liberty, condolences for your loss, and also Abby, condolences for your loss, too. Yeah, that's very, very evil people in this world. Alright. I know a woman... my aunt believes she was assaulted by the Golden State Deleter. She passed away some time ago. I went a couple of the proceedings. Oh, wow. Yeah, she's very missed. You know, rest in peace. They're in a better place now. The release of the Richard Allen interrogation videos and other evidence has led to a wide range of public opinions, with some believing his conviction is secure and others maintaining significant doubts, while the videos offered new insight into his interactions with police and his behavior in person. They did not settle the debate for many online followers of the case. I feel for Lisa's daughters. Her actual blood daughter watched, and the 911 calls are very traumatic. You know, imagine like the trauma that would cause somebody for all that time. That would really be a humiliation. It really would be. To have to deal with that, and the trauma and the PTSD, it would something that like never goes away. Definitely. Contradictory behavior. Allen initially maintained his innocence and clashed with investigators and the interrogation videos. However, testimony indicated he confessed numerous times while in prison. Some viewers interpret this as a change in behavior as incident of guilt. I was watching the Allen trial coverage on another channel. They were talking about it at night, and we were thinking that he was forced and coerced by the sheriff to testify like that. And it happened over and over where they were peer pressuring him and put him in a situation where he was not really guilty, but he confessed to because of the peer pressure. And people did not think that he was really guilty, and there is this and there's this Odinist cult, allegedly, that was doing ritual murders. Now, I know about Odinism. Well, I know about Scandinavian paganism. I don't know about what these other faiths are, these Odinists. I don't know what they do, but I know about Norse mythology. That's like what I would know more about, what the ancestors practiced. But these people, it could have been a satanic murder. It could have been a serial deleter. It could have been that if an Odinist cult does stuff like that, they do. But a lot of people that are pagans or Odinists would not necessarily do that. They would just worship nature. They would not necessarily do something evil like that. Now, Vikings, they could have done sacrifices. I don't quite recall at the moment. But this, it could have been something like that. But it was, I'd say, more of a satanic cult. Yeah, for real, there's no transparency on this. Yes, Lord Roan is an Odinist. Yes. And as I said, I don't know if they do. I don't think they do sacrifices of people like this, or at least in modern times. It would be more of a satanic thing. That's what satanic cults do, in my opinion. The interrogation says otherwise. That's why I was curious. There is no audio of him that we can hear of him admitting it, right? I could look for that, Abby. I'll look for it. But yeah, so the forensic evidence, the prosecution's case relied heavily on spent shell casing from Allen's Sig Sauer handgun found near the victims' bodies. Allen denied the bullet came from his gun during the interrogation, which some saw as deceptive. Confessions in custody. The public learned of Allen's alleged confessions to the murders while in prison. For example, a psychologist testified Allen admitted, "I deleted Abby and Libby." Scared. He was reported made incriminating statements of his wife and his mother during recorded calls. Okay, they did it centuries ago. Thanks. I thought they did. It's a little bit of a blur to me. I thought they did, but wasn't 100% certain. Sacrifice, is that the only option? They sacrifice yourself for the greater good instead of preying on innocent people. Yeah. No directed to anyone. That's just still sacrifice these days. Some countries call them honor deletions. There's no honor in deleting an innocent soul. Amen. Conviction, reliability of confessions. Skeptics point to the circumstances surrounding Allen's confession in prison. The defense argued these statements were made during a mental health crisis while he was in solitary confinement. Prison psychologist Monica Walla, who testified about the confessions, also noted Allen engaged in bizarre behavior and made nonsensical statements. Lack of direct evidence. No other direct physical evidence, such as a DNA in the murder weapon, was conclusively linked to Allen at the time of conviction, despite the shell casing. Odorous theory, though not permitted at trial. Oh, yes, they sure did, Lord. They did do the sacrifices. The Aztecs. They want the sun to come back up, so they did sacrifices. Abby says, come to the U.S. and FAFO. You'll get proper due process, but you'll be locked up for life unless the jury is like mine or Colin Griffith's. Okay, understood. Exactly, facts. Alternative suspects. Oh. Though not permitted at trial, the defense suggested the murders could have been pagan ritual sacrifice conducted by others while reviewed by some as baseless conspiracy theory. Some online true crime sleuths believe this evidence was unfairly dismissed. Alternative suspects. Many in the true crime community continue to point to alternative suspects in what they see as reasonable doubt in the case Allen following the trial. This includes criticism of the time presented by prosecution and the belief that Allen was a scapegoat. Oh, well, as in every ancient culture, right? The released interrogation videos and other evidence have solidified beliefs that those who feel Allen is guilty while reinforcing doubt for those who see flawed process. The debate surrounding Delphi murders and Richard Allen's conviction remain active due to ongoing legal appeals and continued scrutiny from public, particularly online communities. They do deserve justice. It does make me sick too. Yes, Liberty, we could do that. Shout to you, Bubbles. I see you there, buddy. I'm typing like a turtle right now. The DNA and timing has me perplexed. The odornists I know are pretty cool. Well, that's good. I see you, buddy. It has been conclusively proven that DNA testing that Ted Bundy was not a product of incest. The rumor that Bundy material grandfather Samuel Cowell was also his biological father is a present myth that was disproven in 2020 by a psychiatrist who conducted a DNA testing. DNA testing from psychiatrist Dorothy Otsnow Lewis performed a DNA test using a sample from the letter Bundy had licked. Analysts confirmed that Samuel Cowell was not his father. Not a bad idea, and exclusively lured, and the lowest key secret shit. Like, there wasn't any gag order, right? I know the Idaho trial was, which didn't usually shift. Scared. All right, let's see his other question. All right. Yeah, Bundy looked scared. Yes, there is audio recordings exist of Richard Allen confessing to Delphi murders. These are not from a police interrogation, but from a monitored prison phone calls he made to his wife and mother between 22 and 23 during trial. The prosecution played these phone calls for the jury. And is there any audio? Oh, come on. Details from the phone call. He licked some hairy balls with gonorrhea on it. Lord Roan says, me and my wife and chat for hours in Dateline with Kathy Smith and Kathy Griffin. Yeah, shout out to both of them. They're cool people. I see you, Bubbles. I see you, buddy. Yeah, those two girls, definitely a sicko. Confession to his wife. Allen confessed to his wife, Kathy, in several calls in April 23. He stated, I did it. I deleted Abby and Libby. Kathy can be heard rejecting his statements and telling him that she knows he did not do it and that he is unwell. Confessions to his mother. Allen also made similar incriminating statements to call his mother Janice. Concerns about mental state. The phone calls also reveal Allen's distress and confusion. In some calls, he says he feels like he is losing his mind. Yeah, that is Bubbles the cat. It's under the table right here. I'm petting him. Alan's defense attorney argued the confessions were not reliable. They claimed that the confessions resulted from mental health crisis. Attorneys argue that Alan was suffering a mental health crisis when in solitary confinement. Psychologist distress defense suggested psychological tool for incriminating in isolation led by Alan to make false accusations. And that bag tried to flee. In addition, the confession, phone calls. Okay, Liberty, thank you. Take care. In addition, confession of the phone calls testified in court after becoming familiar with Alan's voice. Trooper identified it as a voice of the bridge guy. Heard audio tape from the German's phone. All right. I want to go see if the cat wants anything. I will be around. All right. Brazilian butt lift is what I think every time I see BBL. Bye, Liberty. Scared. Okay, G. See you later, G. Thank you for coming. All right.
Says this about last Friday night, Benny. Smile about such a hideous moment. And I'm not going to repeat the rest of it. Could you tell the jury what happened on that Friday night?
There were, like I said, there was a few different incidents in March. I believe this one happened in the Eastern Columbia building, which are one of Johnny's penthouses. They're in downtown, so a different part of Los Angeles. And we'd sometimes go there. I remember he was accusing me again of sleeping with this artist, this musician who I'd never slept with. I was denying it. I barely knew the person. And then he was accusing me of sleeping with my friend in Spain. And I remember nothing I could do. He called this person on the phone and screamed at him. He didn't speak English, so he was really confused as to what he was being yelled at by Johnny. But I remember those were the accusations. That was the fight. But it was one to the next accusation. And I remember I was kind of doing that juggling act. I was in one of these fights, I believe it's this one, in his downtown ECB, we call it, loft. And we're in the kitchen living room area, and he backhands me. And, it was, he wears a lot of rings. I remember kind of just feeling like my lip went into my teeth, and it got a little blood on the wall. Just that simple, a little bit of blood on the wall. As hard as it is to explain this, I was so caught up in the relationship and also very occupied in defending what I only could assume he believed, these accusations, that, I didn't internalize, I didn't make that big of a deal of it. I kind of pride myself on being tough, and, I don't make a big deal out of, smaller injuries. And I know that sounds horrible and hard maybe to understand, but my best way to cope with it is I kind of, minimize it, make sure no one, make sure he knows that I'm tough and can't knock me down, and I make a joke of it, clearly. Make light.
I'm going to, Michelle, if you can take this one down and bring up 170A. Did there come a time in March, Amber, where you sent a picture to your mom?
Yes, this is sometime in March 2013. I sent it to her because I had been texting about some of the craziness, and
Objection, hearsay.
I'll sustain as to what she may have texted. All right, next question.
Without saying what you said in the text, explain why you were sending it to your mom.
I was reaching out. I was very lonely in what I was living in, and I wanted help. I wanted advice, help. I just wanted to talk to somebody and figure out how I could make this stop.
And is this a picture that you took of yourself in March of 2013?
I did.
Your Honor, I'm going to move the admission of Defendant's Exhibit 170A.
Any objection?
No objection, Your
All right,
Honor.
170A in evidence. You can publish the picture.
Thank you, Your Honor. And how did you sustain that bruise, Amber?
I had thrown Johnny slapped me. I walked away from him, and that made it worse. We got into like a shouting match. And he kind of did this thing with his body where I could tell he was going to hit me again. I picked up I remember it kind of like a little pot, not a pot, but like a vase. And I remember I got away from him enough as he reels back. I threw it in his direction and actually managed to get away before he got me. He grabbed me by the arm, and he kind of just held me on the floor, screaming at me. I don't know how many times he hit me in the face, but I remember being on the floor of my apartment, and I remember thinking, how could this happen to me again?
Can you bring up 170? Thank you, Michelle. And if we can, and just to start, it's 3/23/2013, and if we can scroll up. This is a text message exchange with your mom, correct?
Yes, it is.
Okay, let's go. Scroll down and then.
Your Honor, I'm going to object to hearsay.
Let's wait until we get to the spot. All right, and is this the picture that you sent to your mom on 3/23/2013?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, I'm going to move the admission of 170, just that picture that's on the text.
With no words?
Well, it says from 2 weeks ago on it.
Your Honor.
I'll sustain the objection.
If we redact the from 2 weeks ago, can we admit it then? And then just have the showing that she sent it to her mom?
May
for
we
the
approach,
date?
Your Honor?
Okay, sure.
Okay.
The bruise.
All right. Now, did you have any other altercations in March 2013 with Mr. Depp?
Yes. We had a couple of these fights in Orange that were around this time, one of which I started to tell you about the painting.
You know, and I know I've interrupted you now twice on that, but I realize the jury doesn't. Can you tell them what you mean by Orange, at Orange?
Sorry, Orange was my apartment that I kept in Los Angeles at the time.
And it was an apartment. What type of an apartment?
I rented the top of a duplex. So it was a house with the landlord living on the bottom floor. I rented the top floor.
Okay, thank you. Now, please continue with the painting. I'm sorry.
It seemed like nothing I could say to Johnny would convince him. He wanted me to remove the painting. And he wanted me to admit to this affair that I wasn't having. And I didn't want to admit to it because it's not true. So I held out, and he just drank more and did more cocaine. And I woke up the next morning, I think it was on the 22nd or the 23rd. I woke up in the morning and the breakfast table was like cocaine and booze. And I realized that I wasn't going to be able to talk I wasn't going to be able to talk our situation down. I wasn't going to be able to talk him out of it. And he was just so convinced that I was fighting with him or the reason that he wouldn't leave the house, and he had something to go film that was important, and there were important people waiting for him. And I remember people were reaching out, his assistants, his manager sister, everyone was wondering where he was. And I kept feeling embarrassed and unable to move this person out of my house. I couldn't calm him down. I couldn't change. He was just so intent on me admitting the details of this affair that I wasn't having. And me pointing out that the cocaine wasn't making his situation any better made me the bad cop. Then I'm the nag. So eventually I called my sister. He had a kind of a buddy-buddy relationship with her at the time. And at the time, she occasionally did cocaine. I didn't, but she did. So I was like, hey, come take over. Maybe you can buddy him and talk him into leaving the house, just getting out of the house. And she did. I remember his assistants trying to get him out. Eventually in the evening, I think early evening, he finally agrees to leave, but I can't tell our relationship status. I can't tell if he still is convinced of these things or if he's just going to sleep it off and it's going to go back to normal sobriety, sorry kind of phase. And he was still upset, but seemingly calming down. So I agreed to go with him. He wanted me to go to the shoot. I had plans, so I kind of reluctantly agreed, but didn't want to set anything off. I didn't want to engage anymore. I didn't want to do anything that could be perceived as antagonizing him or engaging more. So I went with him. We grabbed the dogs, we get in the car, we're on the way there. We're headed up Sweetzer's the street. It's a major street that leads up to Johnny's houses. He effectively owns the end of the street. It's like a cul-de-sac. So we're nowhere near his home, but we were driving up this street, and he has the window down, he's smoking. It wasn't all the way down, but he's constantly smoking, and at some point he starts howling out of the window and then grabs two small dogs. Well, one was Johnny's dog and one was my dog, but he grabs, if I remember correctly, Boo, his dog, slightly chunkier teacup Yorkie, and he grabs this teacup Yorkie and holds Boo out of the window of the moving car. And he's howling like an animal while holding the dog out of the window. And everyone in the car, I'll never forget it, everyone just froze. No one did anything. And I too was like torn as to what I should do, because I didn't want to do anything to cause him to react, drop the dog. You know, it was just this eerie moment where he's howling and holding this animal outside of the car window. And more than that weird memory is I have a memory of everyone just kind of not really reacting to him. Like no one really kind of did anything. I eventually kind of pulled his arms gently back into the vehicle and kind of got the dog back on the seat, and we continued driving, but no one reacted. It just kind of avoided dealing with it. We get to the house where he was filming this thing that he was late for, I suppose, for the day. And we walk in. Meanwhile, I've been bombarded by text messages and calls and conversations with everyone seemingly so stressed about...
Objection, hearsay.
All right.
Just don't tell us what somebody else said, just what you observed.
I understood everyone was stressed. They seemed stressed to me about the tardiness. Where is he? Let's get him there, you know, so we get him there. And no one reacts when we get in. I mean, we walk into this house where everyone was waiting for him, and everyone smiles and says, you know, hey, boss.
Objection, hearsay.
Okay. So,
Sorry.
Okay. Let's, Michelle, can we pull up 167A? I think is B the one that's in? 167B is already in, right? Oh, it's A. Okay, then go ahead and pull up A. Does Your Honor show that one to be in 167A? Defendants. I'm sorry.
Well, this might be your 167A, but it's in evidence as a plaintiff's number. I'm not sure which plaintiff's number it is. I don't need it in twice, so.
I would agree. Do we?
Your Honor, I don't think it's this version of the photograph that's been admitted. So it's a
different version.
It's a
Same
different
photograph, but a little different. Is that what we're?
It's not the same photograph.
Okay, not the same
All right, well
photograph. Then we'll go with it. Then what number is it?
Do you recognize this photo?
Yes, I do.
Please tell the jury what it is.
It's a picture I took of my breakfast table that morning.
Your Honor, I'm going to move the admission of Defendant's Exhibit 167A.
167A. Any objection?
Your Honor, may we approach?
Sure. A is in evidence. You can publish.
So may we publish that? Thank you, Your Honor. Okay. And Amber, you said that you took this that morning. Is that
Yes.
correct? Could you tell the jury what the box is that has the property with the skull bones, property of JD?
That's Johnny's drug box. I've seen it used for pills, but at the time it was bags of Coke, like dime bags of Coke.
Okay. And what are these white lines on the table to the left of that box?
That is cocaine.
Okay. And do you know what is in these two glasses that have kind of a gold colored liquor?
Yes, they're different, actually. It's confusing. They're different. Different liquids. The one in the back in the larger glass is, I believe at the time I was doing these tabs, or Barocca, that's what they're called. They're little tablets. And anyway, I remember at the time that's what I was putting in my water because I had just come back from France where they sell them. And then the brown liquid in the shot glass is Johnny's liquor. I don't know what it's called, but we kept it in the freezer. At the time, it was at that time, March 2013, I hadn't, I still didn't have the, hard line. I won't even keep that, in my freezer sort of attitude or posture with him. I wasn't that bold at the time, I didn't like it, but I didn't have that strength. I kind of, at that time, I think was doing things like trying to pour it out when I could.
So what is the bag, the brown bag on the left side? What is that?
That's a DOP kit. It's his prescriptions and cigarette, tobacco, weed, things like that.
Okay, and then above it there appears to be a CD of some sort, DVD, something. Do you recognize that?
Yes, it's the single, I believe is what it's called, the single he was making at the time. I think that's the song that they were filming a video for, if I'm correct.
Okay. All right. Now, did you end up sending a copy of this picture to Rocky Pennington that day?
I did. I sent it to my best friend at the time and, was like, look at my morning.
Objection. Hearsay.
Okay, you can't say what you said, but you sent it to your friend, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Let's go to 167, please. And is that the email in which you sent this picture to Rocky Pennington on 3/22,
yes,
2013? I'd like to move the admission of the picture with the redaction of the message on it, with the top with identifier redactions, and we take out the rest of it.
Oh, all right. Any objection?
No objection.
All right, so I'm going to do those redactions, 167 in evidence with redactions.
All right. And may we publish, please? All right. And is this the text message, the email that you sent to Rocky with this picture?
Yes.
Okay. Now I'm going to take you to, let's go to Hicksville. Let's tell the jury about Hicksville, May 2013. Can you tell the jury what transpired at Hicksville?
It's a fancy trailer park, like a little hotel in the middle of nowhere, set up with these little trailers, and we had made a plan to go there with friends, and we were going to do, like laffy, as we said, laffy drugs, like mushrooms, eat mushrooms, sit by a campfire. Out there, it's like a getaway. We had made this plan, and it was going fine. It was like a, kind of like a party out in the desert, with a few friends and campfire and music. And I don't know somebody brought MDMA, it was being passed around, and somebody who took it, kind of was starting to feel the effects of it, I guess is the best way to describe. She kind of reacted in this way where when the MDMA hit her, she kind of, we were sitting.
Hello, Aaron. It's great to see you again. So, my hair is all messed up. It's all right. But all right, now Amber Heard is in Spain now, and she has a new name, and she's starting a new chapter in her life, she said. Whatever that means. But this is Amber Heard's new name. Actress Amber Heard has reportedly adapted a pseudonym Martha Jane Canary after a movie to Spain following her 22 defamation trial. This was done to seek a more private life away from public scrutiny. Oh, and my mom's name is Donna, so yesterday the verdict was nice. Scared.
Around a campfire, all of us, and she kind of just leaned into me and put her, head on my shoulder and kind of grabbed my arm. I took it, to be the effects of the drug. I think I had eaten a mushroom cap, but was not feeling anything at the time. I don't remember feeling anything because the night just kind of changed pretty dramatically.
They rejected her because they didn't want to smell her hairy ball sacks.
Before I really felt anything of the effects of that, but that was the environment we were in, and as soon as she kind of did this thing where she leaned into me, Johnny gets really activated. He gets really upset, and he starts. Well, at first she thought he was kidding too. She thought he was kind of making a joke. I think we all did. Everyone kind of responded at first, like it was a joke. But he was like, "Hey man, what are you doing? What do you think you're doing?" And she kind of giggled and kind of leaned into me more, and I knew in my body just instantly that it wasn't a joke. But she didn't. So she's kind of still attached to my arm when he says it again to her louder. He says, "Hey man, you think you're touching my fucking girl? You think you're touching my fucking girl? That's my fucking girl." And he gets louder and louder. And she kind of did this thing, half understanding what was going on. I think she kind of started to cry at this point, but she kind of threw up her hands, and Johnny grabbed her wrist and kind of twisted it and pulled her into him and said, "Do you know how many pounds of pressure it takes to break a human wrist? Huh?" And he kind of held her, and she just looked frozen. And she's crying, and was just denying understanding what was going on. I stepped in. I kind of take Johnny's arm around, kind of take Johnny's hand, and kind of we start communicating. I don't remember if he immediately was accusing me or if it was sometime after. I wish I remembered, but we agreed that we'd go and talk about it in the trailer. So we walked to the trailer, and when we're in the trailer, Johnny, by the time we get into the trailer, Johnny tells me that I had been instigating in asking for this, and that I had invited it, and that I hadn't been honest with him about my relationship with this woman. And I didn't really know her that well. I mean, I actually don't know her at all, but I had met her. And I remember in the trailer, he's accusing me of lying about it, and that I had something with her. I'm trying to diffuse that. I'm trying to calm him down. And he just turned all that, it seemed like he turned all that rage onto the trailer itself. And he just started smashing things. He picked up something on the table and threw it right into the glass cabinet. He hit with his hand a wall sconce. He cleared the tabletop on the little fold down like kitchen dining room area in this trailer. I mean, it's a trailer, so there's only so much you can do. And he's screaming at me, screaming at me. And I eventually go back into the bedroom area. He comes into the bedroom area. We had what I can only describe as it sounded like nonsense from him. It wasn't making sense. I realized that he's just probably really high because it wasn't making sense anymore. It wasn't like a direct accusation. He wasn't hearing me when I was saying. I wasn't involved, wasn't cheating on him, I wasn't secretly trying to engage this woman in some sort of sexual affair. And then it became clear to me he was like looking for something. He cleared things off the bed. I went into the bathroom, and as I come out, he asked me where it is and how long I've been hiding it. And I was like, what are you talking about? And he says, you know what I'm fucking talking about. You know what I'm fucking talking about. Be honest with me. Where are you hiding it? And he kind of like makes to look into the bathroom. And I gestured to the bathroom, which was to my right. I kind of like gestured to him and I said, like, what am I hiding and where am I going to hide it? And we're standing in this little hallway area outside of the bathroom, and he starts, what feels like patting me down or saying he's patting me down. I can't recall, but he ripped my dress, the strap top part of my dress. I had just dyed this thing myself pink, and it's just one of those things I was like, I just finished that dress. And he's like grabbing my breasts, he's touching my thighs. He rips my underwear
Grab his dick
off.
and twist it! Oh my god, dude, this is an MMA fight, dude. You twist that dick! Twist his dick! Twist his dick! Oh my god. Oh, dick twist! Grab his
Proceeds
dick and
to do
twist it!
cavities.
Oh my god, dude, this is an MMA fight, dude. You twist that dick! Twist his dick! Twist his dick!
He said he was looking for his drugs, his cocaine, his coke.
Grab his dick and twist it! Oh my god, dude,
I was
this is an
wondering
MMA
how
fight, dude.
somebody didn't do cocaine and was against it. That was in and of itself causing problems in our relationship. How could I hide? Why would I hide his drugs? Like he was insinuating that I was doing something. It made no sense. And he was telling me we're gonna conduct a cavity search.
Oh my god, dude, this is an MMA fight, dude. You twist that dick!
Like,
twist his dick!
Just shoved his fingers in his hiding.
Oh my god. Oh, dick twist! Grab his dick and twist it! Oh my god, dude, this is an MMA fight, dude. You twist that dick! Twist his dick!
Just stood there staring at the stupid light.
Oh my god. Oh, dick twist!
I didn't know what to do. I just stood
Grab his dick and
stood
twist
there.
it! Oh my god, dude, this is an MMA fight, dude.
You twist his fingers around.
Twist his dick! Twist his dick!
I don't.
Oh my god. Oh, dick twist!
I didn't see
Grab
like
his dick and twist
stop
it!
or anything.
Oh my god,
I just,
dude, this is an MMA fight, dude. You twist that dick! Twist his dick! Twist his dick!
So the next morning,
Oh my god. Oh, dick twist!
what
Grab
transpired?
his dick and twist it! Oh my god, dude, this is an MMA fight, dude. You twist that dick! Twist his dick! Twist his dick!
I remember thinking that Johnny would
dick twist! Grab
change
his
his mind.
dick and twist it! Oh my god, dude, this is an MMA fight, dude. You twist that
and it would be
twist his dick!
Yeah, I thought it would end differently. I kind of froze. I don't know how
Oh my god, dude, this is an
we
MMA
went to
fight,
bed that night. I don't know how I went to bed. I don't know how I slept. I don't know how we woke up. I don't remember having a conversation with him the next day. I don't remember talking to him about it or confronting him about it. I remember wanting it to be okay. I remember just wanting whatever fucking weird trip, excuse me, whatever trip that was to end. You know, just to be over and for it to just
this is an MMA fight, dude.
go back to normal. And I remember my friends were out by the pool. Like, there was a pool in the center of the trailer park, and I remember putting on my...
Oh my god, dude, this is an MMA fight, dude.
Putting on my face and going back into this, like, crap, you know. And I remember seeing my friends by the pool thinking they were just having a great time, and no one knew what was...
Oh my god, dude, this is an MMA fight,
You know,
dude.
so lonely. Like, no one knows what's...
Twist his dick!
Everyone's just having a good time, you know, like normal stuff. So I just smiled and made a joke about how trashed the trailer got, and
Oh my god, dude,
needed to
this is
get
an
the
MMA fight,
manager,
dude.
who started off furious that Johnny had wrecked the thing.
Oh my god.
And then he had this like black mesh tank top, not tank top, it was like a meshy kind of shirt on. And I remember he came into the trailer and looked around and was like, whoa, what happened here? Whoa. And Johnny had an exchange with him. And I remember watching this man be so charmed.
This is an MMA fight, dude.
It was just a kind of a surreal experience. And, you know, it just went away. You know, that just got fixed. We walked out of the trailer at some point. My dog stepped on a bee.
Oh my god,
and went on with our, you know, vacation. We actually went to another location after that, and then eventually went home and went about our life.
I'm going to ask you to take a look. Michelle, can you bring up Defendant's Exhibit 176? The next bill was in May of 2013. Did there come a time that you wrote an email?
Objection, leading, and hearsay, Your Honor. We approach.
All right.
In June 2013, how were you feeling about your relationship with Mr. Depp?
May we have the exhibit taken away from...
Sure.
Thank you.
By June, I was so torn. I was so in love with this person. Because when it was good, it was so good. You've never felt love like that. At least that's how it felt. So much. I felt like he recognized me and I recognized him, and there was just something there that was the love of my life. And he was. He was. But he was also this other thing. He was also this other thing. And that other thing was awful.
It's an MMA fight, dude.
Awful thing that would
Twist his dick.
come out and...
Hello, Sharon. This is I summoned you, Sharon. Oh. Yeah, scared. And all right, Sharon. So there's a new drop that Abby showed us. Hello, space friends. And it's causing, and Aaron hearing this, yeah, she has heard it, and she heard the cringe. All right, so there's a new thing. And the new thing is Twisted Deke. So we had Free Deke, Crooked Deke, and now Twisted Deke. Scared. Alright, so this, it's like something I play over Amber Turd talking. So y'all brace yourselves again. Alright, here you go.
Take over, and it was, you couldn't see the Johnny I loved underneath it. It was this other thing.
Twisted! Oh my god, dude, this is an MMA fight, dude.
No one was honest with him.
Twist his dick!
You know, he'd pass out in his own vomit. He'd lose control of his body.
Grab his dick and twist it!
Oh my god, lose control.
This is an MMA
Everyone
fight, dude.
cleaned up after him. I cleaned up after him.
Twist his dick!
I mean, this man lost control of his bowels, and I cleaned up after him. His security cleaned up after him, changed his pants in front of me. He passed out his own sick.
Oh my god, dude, this is an MMA fight, dude. Too much.
You know, and then he'd walk around saying he didn't have a problem.
Oh my god.
Until he did. Until he couldn't support it anymore, and he'd get clean, and
oh my god, dude, this is an MMA fight, dude. Too much. Twist his dick.
Made me feel so loved. That made me feel like,
oh my god. Oh, dick twist. Grab his dick and twist it. Oh my god, dude, this is an MMA fight, dude. Too much.
like my soulmate.
Twist his
cheesy as that sounds, I just felt like he knew me. And I recognized something in him, either some part of my makeup and my background or something that I just got it. And I loved him and understood him. It just got so scary, the other part of him. And in June, I wanted to leave him. I wanted to...
All right, because this is what happened. I was talking about Harry, something about making like take a shot at Amber Heard about her nutsacks, Amber Heard's nutsacks. That's what Abby and I were like roasting Amber Heard, and she sent me a video of these people at the stadium talking about twisting Deke, and I can. I was playing in another window just to see what it was. Then I didn't pause it quick enough. I said, whatever, let's let it go. And it was great with the Amber Heard thing. I'll show you all right now.
Grab his dick and twist it! Oh my god, dude, this is an MMA fight, dude. You twist that dick! Twist his dick! Twist his dick! Oh my god. Oh, dick twist! Grab his dick and twist it! Oh my god, dude, this is an MMA fight, dude. You twist that dick! Twist his dick! Twist his dick! Oh my god. Oh, dick twist! Grab his dick and twist it! Oh my god, dude, this is an MMA fight, dude. You twist that dick! Twist his dick! Twist his dick! Oh my god. Oh, dick twist! Grab his dick and twist it! Oh my god, dude, this is an MMA fight, dude. You twist that dick! Twist his dick! Twist his dick! Oh my god. Oh, dick twist! Grab his dick and twist it! Oh my god, dude, this is an MMA fight, dude. You twist that dick! Twist his dick! Twist his dick! Oh my god. Oh, dick twist! Grab his dick and twist it! Oh my god, dude, this is an MMA fight, dude. You twist that dick! Twist his dick! Twist his dick! Oh my god. Oh, dick twist! and twist it! Oh my god, dude, this is an MMA fight, dude. You too much. Twist that dick! Twist his dick! Twist his dick! Oh my god, dude. Oh my god. Oh, dick twist!
All right.
Grab his dick and twist it! Oh my god, dude, this is an MMA fight, dude. You too much. Twist that dick! Twist his dick! Twist his dick! Oh my god, dude. Oh my god. Oh, dick twist!
That was gold right there. That was gold. Scared. Thanks for saying that to me, Abby. All right.
I didn't want to leave him.
So we got crooked Deke. Okay, there is free Deke, crooked Deke, and twisted Deke. The Deke Trinity is complete. Abby, Sharon and Tasman, anything to win. I know a guy who's a bit into another guy's balls, and he said it popped. He said he ain't never heard a scream like that. Scared. Yeah. Facts. Yeah, so we got crooked Deke, free Deke, and twisted Deke. Wow. Well, this is a great year for Deke. We were lucky. We were blessed with that this year. Scared. The Deke saga continues.
I wanted to leave him. I wanted him to get better. And he expressed to me so many times when he was in that period of getting clean and sober, he would tell me, "You saved my life. Baby girl, you saved my life." Everyone else was saying that to me, and I believed it. You know, if everyone else was saying it, he was saying it. I thought, just like his other friends who had gotten clean and sober and stayed that way, his older friends, these rock stars that he hung out with that had like gotten clean and sober and they had 20, 30 years, something, you know, I thought, and Johnny told me he would be that person, that he was going to be that person, and I believed it. I had so much, I looked at that man twice my age, you know, I was 25, looking at this man twice my age, and I saw hope and like promise. I had so much hope. You know, the whole thing, kids and growing old together, sort of hope. If it was just for this one thing that he could do, which would save his life, which would be to get clean and sober. And I believed it. And I wrote this letter to myself, among many letters to myself.
Objection, hearsay.
All she did was refer to that she wrote it. She isn't saying what she said.
I'll overrule for that.
Thank you.
Okay.
I wrote that letter because I thought it would be read to him. I could read it to him. I could say it to him in intervention, you know, in help. And he would later thank me for, as he did, as he used to thank me all the time for saving his life.
Did there come a time later in June that you finally met Johnny's kids?
I'm sorry.
Okay, Brian, craziest touchdown now.
Yeah, I finally met them in the summer of 2013. I had been with Johnny for over a year, maybe like a year and a half at this point, is my best guess. And I was dying to meet them, you know, dying to get to know these kids. I felt like I knew them already. I had his daughters, and Jack's, both of his kids' art on my fridge, and I had never even met them. You know, Johnny had brought them over one day and kindly given them to me, and I had them up on my fridge because I felt like I knew them. Just how much he talked about them, and I finally got to meet them at the Lone Ranger premiere at Disneyland. Summer 2013.
So then I'm going to jump to, and it's not much of a jump, to June 26, 2013. There was a plane ride to Russia with Johnny. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Tell the jury about that particular event.
Well, that was the first and last time I ever decided it would be a decent idea to do drugs with Johnny. I did MDMA with him on the plane, which was as stupid as it may sound. I just had never, I was very against, obviously the cocaine had been a problem. I was very much against him using cocaine. I was against the drinking, supportive of the sobriety, but I'm 26 maybe, ish. And I wanted, I had never heard of anyone making MDMA like what I had done MDMA before. I thought it's a lovey drug. It's it's like a kind of, I never knew anyone to get violent on it. And, I thought, well, this is a relatively contained environment. Maybe this will be different. Maybe I can be a good cop and be part of the, I don't have to be the lesbian counselor all the time, as you would say. I can maybe be the fun girlfriend. And I learned the hard way that was not happening.
So what happened?
Well, we took MDMA. I took a capsule. It's like a powder in a capsule. I took a capsule, and Johnny took several. I didn't count, but it's very different when you see someone take one versus a handful of something. But nothing that seemed to set any alarm bells off, and things were going fine until the flight attendant got involved. The flight attendant came by, was engaging with us. I don't think that they're really, it felt like it was before the effects of the drug took over. It was relatively quick, soon after we first took our dose, if you can say. And the flight attendant, Johnny offered her some. She, of course, said no. And then after some back and forth between them, Johnny convinced her that it would be fine. So she acquiesced and took MDMA with us. And within, a few minutes go by, and the same thing happened that happened on the mushrooms at Hicksville with the woman, Kelly Sue, who I've told you about. Flight attendant got friendly with me, but just friendly, just like MDMA friendly, was kind of, I'm a woman, he's a man, so she was naturally, I think, more comfortable with me physically. She kind of leaned into me and kind of sat on the arm of the chair I was sitting in. I mean, after all, she's on drugs, and Johnny grabs her hand and tells her not to touch me, and she kind of reacts in a way like she's defending herself and was trying to clarify. And he grabbed her by the wrist and slammed it down on the table and told her he could break her wrist. And I remember thinking, I've heard this before. And that was a pattern that would repeat itself a few times. These things would happen in these kind of cycles where there'd be a certain element that would get filtered for a while, whether it's an accusation or a gesture, and that would be the thing that he looped on. I called it loops. And he grabs her wrist and he tells her he could break her wrist. She instantly denies it, is so apologetic. Eventually he lets go. She goes to the front of the plane where the flight attendant, normally hangs out, and the doors close, and I don't see her much of that whole flight. We land in Russia, and I don't really remember, you know, I don't recall any violence on the plane between Johnny and I, but I remember feeling this tension because I was wondering when it was gonna aim at me. Because he had this particular thing about, well, at the time I understood he had a particular thing, a sensitivity about me and women, because I had a female partner. So I was feeling nervous, anxious, and I remember we had a very quiet ride, at least I didn't say anything, to the ride to the hotel. And almost as soon as we get into the hotel room, Johnny's accusing me of effectively having engaged that, caused that. I, of course, deny it, point out what I thought was obvious, that, you know, like we'd given her drugs, you know, wasn't an affair, wasn't, you know, and I'm trying to argue and defend myself at the same time. And at one point, Johnny just shoves me, like, I mean, just shoves me.
You hear this, chat? Like, you hear this? Like, so it's like, y'all hearing this? She's saying that he just shoves me. He's shoves me. Shoves me. It's so comical. Like, shoves me. Scared.
Hard. I fall back onto this glass table. I catch myself on the table. I don't know how some furniture got knocked around. There was I'm trying to stand up for myself. I'm trying to stand up, literally. I'm not, at this point, I don't even try to hit back or try to run. I'm in this hotel room trying to do my best to fight mostly the verbal accusations, but also I try to stay on my feet, At some point, Johnny whacks me in the face, and I don't remember feeling pain or like awareness of my nose or anything. I don't remember thinking that. I remember kind of crying and feeling, I went into the bathroom and I wanted him to have I just remember wanting him to realize what had happened. I wanted him to kind of snap out of it. I wanted him to care. I wanted him to realize what was going on, because a big part of this, I felt like he wasn't aware. There was this sense that he didn't know what was going on. Again, I don't know how much of the drugs or alcohol is a part of this, but I remember crying. I came out at some point because I don't hear him in that room. I remember we had been arguing in the main room, but I went out to the hallway, which is where I presume he walked out, and his bodyguard, Jerry Judge, was in the hall. And I don't recall seeing Johnny in the hallway, but I remember seeing Jerry Judge, who gestured to my nose.
Objection, hearsay.
She's just saying gesture. He hasn't said anything yet.
All right, gesture's fine. I'll overrule the objection.
He gestures to my nose and holds out his handkerchief, like a cloth handkerchief. And I instantly felt really embarrassed. I felt ashamed. I don't know how else to describe it. I just felt like just really embarrassing. And I went inside the room.
What, if any, injury did you have?
I had a little blood coming out of my nose. I didn't know it. I didn't feel it at the time until Jerry Jerry let me know.
Okay.
And I went inside the hotel room, and as embarrassing as it is, I remember just wanting Johnny to say sorry. I wanted him to realize it. It's so stupid, but like the emotional part, I just wanted him to acknowledge that this was that he could hurt me, you know, and I wanted it to be okay. I didn't want him to think I was interested in this flight attendant. I didn't want him to think that I would capable of cheating on him. I was in love with him. I just wanted things to be okay.
Let's take you to July 9, 2013. Did there come a time that you went for a ride you went to the Bahamas and went on a ride for the yacht with Johnny and his kids?
Well, it's less like we flew out to the Bahamas to his island. He was selling the yacht to J.K. Rowling, and he wanted to kind of have a goodbye trip on the yacht. So it was docked off the island, and I went with him and his kids, who I had quickly developed a bond with and loved. And we brought a friend along with us, I think, to kind of help. And yeah.
Okay. Tell the jury what happened on that trip.
Johnny was upset that he had to sell the boat, and he was off the wagon again, but he didn't want to tell his kids, so he was hiding it from them. He was putting it in coffee cups and drinking, and the behavior just kind of like, he was upset, he was emotional, and he just, that's how he dealt with it, just drink. But there's just no off button with Johnny. So he just kept drinking, and the behavior kept getting more obviously drunk. And Lily Rose, his daughter at the time, was young, just like maybe 14. And she started to get panicky and started to ask me questions about his drinking.
Objection, hearsay.
Without saying what Lily Rose was saying, please continue on.
Sustain the objection.
Thank you.
So she was asking me questions about the drinking, and was very upset.
Sustain the objection.
Yeah, you can't say what Lily Rose said.
Oh,
but
yeah.
you can tell gestures.
Sorry.
You can tell, and you can say what you and Mr. Depp said. Okay.
Sorry. So she was upset, and Johnny we were with the kids, and he kind of threw himself off the boat in a half playful way, like a dead fish kind of way. I don't know how to describe it, almost like a belly flop. But we were on a skip, like a smaller boat parked next to the yacht, and he's jumping. Well, he jumped off the front of it, but kind of in a chest forward way, like it looked a little scary, like not something somebody would do if they're completely okay. It was started off all of us kind of taking turns jumping off the edge of the yacht into the water, and then he at one point kind of throws himself over, and it looked a little scary, the way his body fell into the water. And Lily Rose started to cry and expressed to me that she
Objection,
was
hearsay.
upset.
Sustained.
You can't say what she said. You can tell expressions or observations, but you can't say what Lily Rose said.
So Lily Rose is crying, and then the crying becomes like a panic, like almost like a panic attack. Like rapid breathing, crying, lots of questions. And I'm holding her, kind of comforting her, and Johnny comes in, and within a few seconds, I realize that he, kind of shifted his attention on me, and then he seemed very angry. He asked Lily Rose to leave. Lily Rose leaves, looks at me, leaves, crying, and Johnny, I don't remember the words he used, but starts accusing me of kind of like telling on him and calling him, a drunk in front of his kids. I hadn't done that. I was actually trying to protect Johnny. It didn't feel like my place at all to share that with his daughter or anyone at the time, other than adults who might help with it, but not his kids. So I was trying to tell him I was just trying to comfort her. I was trying to protect you. He basically was accusing me of doing this thing and of making them aware of his that he was drinking again. And he slams me up against the side wall of the bedroom of the we were in the bedroom this whole time, but up against the wall of the cabin, and slams me up by my neck and holds me there for a second and tells me that he could fucking kill me. And that was an embarrassment. I was embarrassing. It was an embarrassment. This whole thing was a joke. It was all embarrassment. I made him feel sick. And I'll never forget. I'm very, very, very much in love with this whole family now. And he's saying I'm embarrassing to him. And that somehow stuck in me more than the I could fucking kill you. It just sounded like hyperbole. It sounded like something he was just saying, but the names that he was calling me, well, kind of just pushing me up against the wall by my neck, you know, it hurt my feelings. It hurt. When I communicated when I saw Lily Rose again, we get, I won't say what she told me, but the next thing we do is we call for a helicopter to come and take us off of the boat or off of the island. So we leave the boat, go to the landing of a part of the island, or maybe it was a different, island we had to get to leave, and we take off. I'm holding Lily Rose literally holding her under my arm while she's crying, and we're lifting off. And Jack ended up not coming with us at the last minute. He stayed behind. And we were taking off, and I remember being really torn about leaving. I felt bad about leaving, even though that had happened. I still felt awful leaving. I felt awful leaving him. I also felt like I had done something wrong. He was mad at me. I wasn't sure, or what I had done, but I remember not being, I'm getting all these text messages from him calling me all these names, and it barely coherent, barely. And I'm holding his daughter crying.
And let me just stop you for a moment. Michelle, can you pull up Defendant's Exhibit 180?
Do you believe that's already in
It is already into evidence, Your Honor, so if we may publish it to the jury. And Amber, I'm going to ask you to take a look at 180. And this is text messages from Mr. Depp to you. Do you recall these?
Yes, I do.
And are these the text messages?
Yes, that's what he was sending me while I was taking care of his daughter.
Abby said, I got one more story from a hospitalization. I met a guy who originally came from India and told me that apparently when he was being checked in, they asked him if he had any weapons. Y'all know what weapons they specifically asked for? He laughed so hard I found it funny, but pretty effed up. I don't know, since he's from India, the Middle East, maybe they thought he had a bomb on him. Scared. But I'd be interested to see exactly what it was. Well, which one is it, Abby? Anna said, had a patient shove 50 large paper clips up his butt. Oh, Lord. They asked him if he had a hand grenade. Yes, alien for real. Ah. Okay, yeah, definitely. Yeah, because that's it certainly will be stereotyped as that, definitely. Peanut butter, you know who I tried to take in my life a few weeks ago? I met a dude that told me that for $80 he ate peanut butter out of someone's eos. I told him there's nothing wrong with that. Then he said it was a guy. Then I asked back, but accepted him. Well, that's very nice of you. I will never forget peanut butter eos eating homie. Facts. Sioux act with another male. She said there was a... Scared. This chat is off the rails, although trying to eat pizza. Scared. Alright.
Your Honor, I'm about to go into another event. Should I keep going?
I mean, that's fine if you think this is a good point to break for the day.
Okay. I think it's probably good.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we'll go ahead and conclude for today. Again, do not read anything about this case. Do not do any outside research, and don't.
Okay. And if you can look to the back here where I've got I'm making some, what, if anything, is that back there?
That's the kitchen.
Okay, and this is the dining room, and this is on the main level?
What we're looking at is the dining room table on the main level with the kitchen in the background.
Okay. Thank you. Now I'm going to ask you to take this jury through your experience, what happened in Australia once you arrived there.
Well, I was nervous because of the conversations that I had with him before I left, and then in transit I stopped in Dubai and spoke to him too. So I was a little nervous, but he indicated me that he wanted me to come. He said I miss my wife at the end of the phone call that we had in the airport. I called him from Dubai, and he said, I miss my wife. I miss my wife. I felt okay, safe to, it's good. And I missed him so much. That's all I want. All I wanted to do is see my new husband. I flew in, I arrived early. I walked into the bedroom. I was so excited to see him. And he was so, like, he had lost a ton of weight. So I just knew something was up. And he kind of quickly, kissed me, and kind of we had some interaction. It was brief. He was leaving to go work. He had to work that day. But then after the plan was he would come back, which he did in the evening, and then he was supposed to have a 3-day weekend, a long weekend. So he comes back that evening, and the chef had kind of prepared some things for the fridge, mashed potatoes, I think spinach as well. There were some steaks in the fridge, but he had kind of prepped some of the sides. And I was looking forward to having this kind of, our style at-home date. We'd just been, we're a new married couple. We hadn't seen each other for basically a month after getting married. And I start dinner and am happy to see him. And at some point early in that evening, he pulls out a bag of MDMA. I asked him what it was, and he told me it was MDMA. And I was surprised because at the time, that was, there was no question mark as to how I would respond to that, or so I thought. It's like, why would you even think that that's okay? He had already gotten clean and sober. I was, touch and go, but for the wedding, he was drinking Beck's. I think at some point he did have wine on the island, but it wasn't an issue. I just moved ahead. So I was surprised that he would even pull out this bag and, well, frankly, not hide it from me. And he kind of seemed to suggest that we should do it together. And I was like, absolutely not. Like, I just got here. I want to see you. I want to spend time with you. It was the exact opposite of what I expected, what I wanted. And it just seemed delusional at the time to me that he would even suggest this to be something that I could participate in with him. If you had been through what I had been through at that point, it's crazy. And at some point, he drinks in front of me. At first, I think it was like a Malbec or a wine or something. And I remember we hadn't, it kind of started an argument. And that was upstairs in that room that we just looked at a picture of, by the sunflowers. That's more or less where we were standing, just closer to the kitchen. And we get in an argument, and I shove past him, just stomp off. And he grabs me, and we have an argument about me walking away, and am I walking out of this? And in my head, I was like, I actually wasn't thinking of leaving yet, but that would later be going through my mind. We had a brief interaction, and I don't remember the exact sequence of things. I wish I did. I have a lot of flashes. It gets a little bit more confusing from my ability to recall everything in a linear way a little later on as things got crazier. But for this part, the first night, what I distinctly remember is at one point, I don't think I had gotten very far, or maybe I came back into the room, but when he shoved me, I went flying across these parakeet floors. I mean, just skidding across these floors. And I remember thinking it just looked so easy for him to throw me around like that, I just slid, screeching my skin against this beautiful wooden floor. And we had another argument that was a spin-off from that. It was just kind of this on-off sort of thing that I remember eventually in this interaction, he shoves me up against the fridge. He has me by the throat, and he just was holding me there by my throat. And I wondered if it was the drugs. I wondered if it was him. It hadn't, in my recollection, hadn't been that long. He has me up against the throat. He's kind of bashing me against the wall next to the fridge. We're kind of moving in that area. And at some point, I'm in his face. And I don't know if he had let go of my neck or loosened my grip, but I remember slapping him across the face, screaming at him, screaming at me. I got my hand free when he tried to grab me when I walked off. I stormed off. I slammed the door upstairs. I don't know if it was in that instance or if it was in a later one that I eventually barricaded the door. It wouldn't stop him from coming in. He could come in the other doors. There's a back door, there's patio. but at least I'd hear it. And this is March 2015. By this time, I'm being medicated by his doctor. He's giving me anti-anxiety meds, giving me, had already tried to give me antidepressants. They didn't work for obvious reasons, I hope. I wasn't sleeping. I had insomnia. I'd wake up with panic attacks. I needed to sleep, but my ability to do so was really, really compromised at this point. And I kept thinking that I just wanted to hear him or know if he came in so I could be aware, so I could be ready for what was going to come in with him. And at some point I go back downstairs. I don't really know at what point I gave up and stayed behind my barricaded door, but I managed to go to sleep. I took some sleeping pills. I woke up, and when I came downstairs, he was still up. He confirmed when I asked him that he had not slept. He had not eaten, so I tried to get him to eat. We get in an argument. He was accusing me of Eddie Redmayne, and by this point, he thought I was working with Billy Bob Thornton on the movie I just shot, but I had already worked with him a year earlier. But he was very upset about him and the gentleman that invited me to a concert in London. My co-star, he was upset about these people, even though I had done that movie a year prior.
Who was that?
It was Billy Bob Thornton, Jim Sturgis, and Eddie Redmayne that he was upset about.
And let me just stop you for a moment. Have you seen Mr. Depp take any drugs by this point?
Oh, yeah. Sorry if I left that out. That when we had the argument about the MDMA, he suggested to me that it wasn't on the no-fly list, like it wasn't on the no list. That was his that was his defense. Like, this isn't the, you didn't say I couldn't have this. And over and over again, Johnny told me I wasn't the reason he was getting sober, but I was the reason he was staying sober. I had saved his life and all this stuff. It wasn't like it wasn't my job to police him, but I kind of ended up being in that situation, it seemed like, in his mind, when he would express that to me. So he took a handful of pills, and I didn't count how many, but when I came back downstairs, I did the math on the amount that was left, and I think it was either 8 or 10, I can't recall as I sit here now, either 8 or 10 pills of MDMA.
That he had taken or that were left?
I remember we had a conversation about the amount that he took. So I remember saying, you
Objection,
took all.
hearsay.
Okay, I'll sustain the objection. Okay. There were only a few left in the bag, so I think it was what he took. And I said, Johnny,
Objection, hearsay.
He confirmed that he took that amount and that he could take that amount.
And what amount?
At this point, there were 10. He had taken 10. 8 or 10, I can't recall.
And when you say at this point, is that the first night? Is that the second day?
This is the second day. This is after I've already fallen asleep for the night in the room upstairs. Come back downstairs. He was still awake.
Okay. Please continue with that second day.
He was accusing me of being mean to his sister. He was accusing me of not liking his sister. Something about the wedding. I was trying to put out that fire, as you will. I was trying to say, no. First of all, I'm not filming with Billy Bob. No, I wasn't filming with Jim Sturgis. Yes, I filmed with Eddie Redmayne, but he was a lovely gentleman.
Billy Bob.
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
Billy Bob.
Let's not offer to prove the truth of the matter.
Overruled. Thank you. And then when it came up with his sister, he was accusing me of kind of having this animosity with Christy. I tried to defend myself, explaining why her and I had kind of become cold to one another. I don't know how else to describe it, because we never had any sort of direct interaction that was negative. We never had any sort of confrontation or anything, but I did my best to explain to him what I could answer to that accusation. And at one point he, I mentioned that, well, I can't say what I mentioned. He, as a result of that phone call, picks up the phone and calls his agent. I don't know why, still to this day. He calls a few people. I don't know who's on the other line. I just heard his side of it, and he's screaming at them. I got a sense that it was money, that he felt people had been stealing money from him, and that the studio had been ripping him off, and that he was calling himself like a whore, or he had been whored out. He seemed like he was upset, but I did not, at this point, this is maybe early evening, it was before the sun went down on the second day. I remember he took the phone at one point and called my divorce attorney. I had, at some point prior to this, got a divorce attorney.
Abby, we had great laughs with you. Thank you for coming. Have a good night. It was nice seeing you in chat again. OMG, Donna, her reaction was gold. Yep, they can skip into the horizon together. Aaron, no tears, and she can't act either. Yeah. Yeah, Amber's as believable as Donna, right? All right. Take care, Abby. Good night.
Or not a divorce attorney, a domestic relations attorney, to do a post-nup, because we got married in February and there wasn't...
Build a website.
There was never any mention or talk from Johnny about a prenup, but I had had interactions with his sister, and so I thought, okay, I'll get a lawyer and let's do a post-nup. When Johnny found out about that, or when I reminded him of that in Australia, he went outside and called my divorce attorney and fired her and said the only way out of this was death. Again. And I heard that already at this point, March 2015, probably 25 times. So he's screaming at her. He calls his agents. I hear him talking incoherently, screaming incoherently at my lawyer and his agent. He comes back inside, and I genuinely didn't know if he was still mad at me or if it was about me at all. I didn't know. It didn't seem like it was connected to reality at all. At some point shortly after that, I have been saying to Johnny, I need to sleep. Let's eat some dinner, baby. Let's relax. Please, like, calm down. In my head, I was thinking that it would genuinely change if he just got some sleep. He needed to sleep it off. He needed to come down off the drugs. Clearly, the combination of what he had taken pill-wise with whatever else he was hiding from me was not good. I had recognized that sort of delusion. I had recognized that sort of unattached to reality rage. I had recognized the patterns of those kind of loops where he's yelling about things that aren't even being discussed or talked about. I knew already that he just needed to sleep it off, clean up, sober up. And I thought we could. I remember I went to the fridge, I got out the steaks so that they would, be ready to cook, and I got out some of the food I was going to put together for dinner. I went upstairs. I don't know if I came back down in my nightgown at that point or if that was shortly after, but the next thing I remember is coming downstairs and looking for him. We had an interaction that I can't really describe. It didn't make a lot of sense to me. He was just belligerent, throwing things, screaming at me. And I realized I was back on the chopping block. I realized it was back, I realized that the arrows were pointed at me again. And I tried to defend myself. I was explaining, trying to say that...
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
It was not for to prove the truth of the matter. She hasn't even said it yet, but But try not to say what you're saying unless it needs it for context or something. Try to say what he's
I'll
saying.
sustain the objection.
Okay.
He was just belligerent. I don't know how to describe to you because it wasn't making sense. It wasn't making sense. I don't know how. I don't know how the immediate next string of the next part of the violence actually even initiated, but again, he has me up against the wall, and I remember this time he slams me up against the wall hard. I mean, I hit my head hard. And this is a wall next to the, I say kitchenette, but it's more of a bar. I remember there were these cooling fridges, and I remember kind of being slammed up against those. I remember pushing him off of me. I remember the name calling, the whore, the slut, the fat ass. I remember a lot of name calling. I said,
Had he been drinking by this time?
he was drinking.
Calls for speculation and leading.
I'll sustain as leading.
What, if any, drinks had you observed Mr. Depp have by this time?
Well, I had already seen him drink right in front of me. He took a big swig out of a wine bottle upstairs right in front of me as in a gesture of looked right at me and took a big swig out of it as a show for did it right in my face to make a point. And then when I came downstairs, he was drinking from the bottle. I don't know what kind of liquor. I remember there was another bottle open, and I was wondering why he was drinking both. But at some point, he had me up against the wall next to the cooling fridges, and I remember slamming my head up against the thing. He had me by the neck, squeezing my neck, and it got really nasty. It went from oh, no one likes you, no one likes me, everyone warned me about you. That's what it was. He started to tell me that everyone had warned him about me.
Hancock Whitney has just made being in business.
He wished he had never married me, wish he had never met me. No one liked me. It sounds childish, but I remember feeling really hurt. And then at some point, I shoved him hard to get him off me. And he shoved me back and he said, "Do you want to go, little girl?" I couldn't, as I sit here today, tell you if that happened before he choked me up against the wall, but at some point, I am in a struggle with him where I'm holding his shirt lapel, and he kind of just flings me, for lack of a better way to describe it, throws me across the room. I land on a games table. It's like a ping pong table. And I don't know if I was holding on to him or if he pursued me separate, but he gets on top of me on the games table and is just whacking me in the face, repetitive. We struggle on the games table. I don't know how we get up. I don't know if he pulls me up. I wish I could tell you, but we were in this struggle down in this games room by the bar. And we had this conversation about the drinking, or argument about the drinking, and he holds up this bottle to me, and I'm saying, did you drink this whole thing? Something stupid, focusing on this detail, and he is telling me that I can't control him anymore, and that if I really, if I really wanted to try, take it. And then he's like taunting me to take the bottle from him. If I really want him to stop, why don't I take it from him? Go on, go on. Kept saying, go on, and kind of gesturing with the bottle towards me. And like he does that 2 or 3 times. I reach for it, he'd revoke it, kind of laugh at me. And he's holding out the bottle. I think like maybe the 3rd time or so I get a hold of it. I pick it up and I slam it down on the ground right in between us. There's a tile floor, a white tile floor. And I smashed the bottle on the floor. And that really set him off. So stupid. Sorry. It was like a light bulb switch went off. And he starts screaming. I don't know if he backhanded me or hit me normally. I don't really recall, but I remember it sent me down to the ground. I remember by the time I picked myself off the floor, I stand up. He's got a bottle in his hand, and he threw it at me. It missed, thankfully, but I kind of pulled myself back into the bar area. I don't know how much time passed, but at some point he had a broken bottle up against my face, neck area by my jawline, and he told me he'd carve up my face. I don't know at what point in the evening. I couldn't tell you what sequence-wise when that happened, but it was terrifying. It wasn't the first time he said that to me. He said that to me on the plane as well. But this time he was holding a broken bottle to me. I honestly don't remember if I threw anything in his direction. I don't think I did. I just remember him having me by the nightgown. I remember him flailing me, throwing me around. I'm flailing. This is after there were some bottles broken on the floor. I think this is actually after, again, forgive me, I wish I could remember the sequence, but it's flashes. He's throwing these bottles at me. I remember retreating. There were also cans, like soda cans, beer or soda cans, and they're coming at me one after the other, and I keep pulling myself into the bar area. There's a bar behind me in like a, I don't know, like an L shape. He's standing in the only way you can exit.
At this time, I will publish the verdict. We, the jury, find as follows as to count 1 of the indictment, first-degree murder. The defendant is guilty of first-degree murder. Mrs. Adelson, control yourself. Count 2. We, the jury, find as follows as to count 2 of the indictment. Conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. The defendant is guilty of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. Count 3. We, the jury, find as follows as to count 3 of the indictment. Solicitation to commit first-degree murder. The defendant is guilty of solicitation to commit first-degree murder. And it is signed and dated by the foreperson. One moment. Members of the jury, the bailiff will escort you to the jury room.
All right, so what I've seen is that I don't see evidence of a YouTube link. It's something from TikTok. I can't seem to, which I'm not really, I'm looking for it, wherever this video is. There's an article about it, but there's also a video too. I'm looking for it. Yeah, it should be straightforward, like you just look up someone and the profile is there, but it's not. Let's do this again. Let's try this. All right, I found, okay, let's see. Okay. All right, well, that didn't work. Let's see if this works. Thank you, Sharon. That might be her. It's a private account. Let's see. So we'll have it eventually. Okay. Scroll back up. Going here. Let's see. I don't have TikTok, but I've extracted things from TikTok with alien stuff. So let's see if I can open up a section. See Donna Adelson. Okay. Okay. No, well, of course TikTok's not going to have like a logical thing. It's going to do stupid stuff. Let's see. Okay, go here. Let's see some hashtags about. Let's see. How to find TikTok interview. I could read the article, but I certainly want to find the video. Okay, we're getting there. We're getting there. All right. Yeah, let's see, looking for this account. Let's see. It's a lot of it's going through different profiles because it's not showing up. Let's see. Okay, let's see. Okay. Right here. Oh, wait. Okay. All right, how to find a hashtag. Let's see. Yes, I'm on that. I'm on that site. Okay, the glass icon. Okay, hashtag. Okay. 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 Thank you, Moki. Thank you. Oh. I had the article on the screen the whole time. I didn't realize that. Okay. Thank you, Moki. Scared. Alright, I'm going to read the article. Alright, here we go.
Donna Adelson was found guilty on all 3 charges for killing her ex-son-in-law. I'm here to say that I was on the jury, and I got to be the foreperson. If you have questions, let me know, because I can finally talk.
Okay. If questions, let her know. Okay. She's ready to talk. Alright. I'm going to read the article. J.C. Maxon Walker, who identified herself as the jury foreperson, said that she led deliberations and delivered the unanimous verdict to the matriarch mastermind. Now that the trial is over, I am free to talk all about this. Maxon Walker said on the video, "My mind is just absolutely blown. If you have questions, let me know because I can finally talk." The Tallahassee Democrat who confirmed her position in the jury through court records visual identification has requested to speak with Maxine Walker, who has not yet responded. Viewers took to comment section. However, loading the woman with the questions about the case below is an example of the commenter's questions that she was asked. What evidence convicted you, surprised you? A. Honestly, this is what someone said. Honestly, there was so much. She is a smart woman, which is why she avoided being convicted for 11 years. Oh, vaguely, but I may need to do separate video talking about this for enough people who are interested. Rob's testimony was pretty telling. All her code was very telling. All her emails, text calls indicated how powerful, hungry she was. She meant it when she did that, and Markle wasn't going to beat the Adelson family. The script for Drina, if she were to be a witness for Donna, and script for Wendy, that she wanted her to testify on Charlie's trial. The script for... Okay, the extortion story is very bullshit. The foreperson, the final point I brought up, is cleared up some confusion for the jurors. It was the wire tap video of Charlie and Catherine at Dulce Vita, especially the part towards the beginning when Charlie said, "My mom hasn't told my dad anything," and he would lose it or whatever, and he said exactly he wasn't talking about the bump, it was about the murder. Well, they're not denying that. did the defense ever convince you maybe she was innocent? When they mention that there's evidence that states Donna thought her son was being extorted just 2 months after the murder, I questioned myself, like, maybe I missed something. But we talked about it and confirmed that was not in evidence. It was part of Charlie's testimony, so that sparked a little but it ended up not bearing any weight. Had the jury heard anything about the case prior to sitting on trial? While she acknowledged posting on TikTok during the trial, the court was not in session. She said she never sought out or bumped into stories about the case. Not a single member on the jury knew that anything about this case before selecting to serve the jury. I'd call TMZ. Scared. The jury find divorce lawyer Linda Bailey's testimony offensive as she denied the contentious of Anne Markle's divorce? Yes. I believe all of us had something to say about it, that the way she kept avoiding answers and questions from Georgia Campbell, the prosecutor, really tricked me off, like, oh, 80K isn't a lot to who? You, the one who's a super lawyer and has been for the last 37 years, Miss Ma'am. Hey, I agree that she was part of this in some way, shape, or form. She insulted herself from the conspirators way too well. She plays dumb so well, looking at evidence testimony from her brother Rob and ex-BF Jeff, boyfriend Jeff. I think she provided info of the other conspirators to try to set Jeff up to keep her family out of the light. I think the state is going to do everything they can to charge her with something. I just wish we knew when. Quote, I know she's panicking after the verdict was delivered last night. I think they have enough evidence to convict Wendy for accessory, possibly even conspiracy, but they haven't done it yet because they need her to testify in Donna's trial first. It's a domino effect. I even believe they should be able to convict Harvey for accessory. He didn't do anything about it, just went along with Donna and kept quiet. Neither Wendy or Harvey, her father, has been implicated in Markle's death. I quote, I know she's panicking after the verdict was delivered last night. I think, isolating herself conspirators' way, she played dumb so well, looking at evidence, testimony from her brother Rob and her ex-BF Jeff. I read that, okay. Oh, okay, Lori, yeah, wah. Yeah, I'm glad you're here. Welcome to the stream. And I'm glad you're lurking. And quote, I know she's panicking after the verdict was delivered last night. I think they have enough evidence to convict Wendy for accessory, possibly even conspiracy, but they haven't done it yet because they needed her to testify in Donna's trial first. It's a domino effect. Even if they believe she'd be able to convict Harvey's accessory, he didn't do anything about it. Just Donna kept quiet. Neither did Markle's death. All right.
But I do want to preface, okay? For one, not a single member on the jury knew anything about this case before being selected to serve on the jury, okay? First and foremost. Number two, as far as people's concerns as to me being on social media and posting my TikToks in the last week or two, there was no rule stating that we cannot be on social media. The rule is provided by Judge Everett in this case, okay? We cannot seek out information about this case. We cannot talk about the case with anyone. We cannot listen to others talk about the case. We cannot do anything in regard to the case during the trial. But now that I'm released as a juror, I have the freedom to say and do whatever. But also in that regard, I don't watch the news. It's depressing. I haven't watched the news in years. If anything, I'll check my weather app, my little Apple weather app once a week just to see. My For You page on my TikTok, where I am the most active, is mostly like TikTok shop videos, like members of like the moms of TikTok community, because that is the content that I typically engage and interact with. I also post that type of content sometimes, you know, just like trendy, funny, like music videos, whatever else like that. Basically like stupid humor and then mom stuff. That's what I look for on social media. So I'm not breaking any rules. Along with that, I have time before court, during our 1 hour, at least minimum, lunch break during the days of the trial, and then after court to do as I will in regard to all of that. So no rules were broken, no rules are being broken now. I appreciate all of your guys' concern. I'm also going to prove that I was on the jury, because there's some of you who's doubt it. Here is my appreciation letter from Mr. Stephen Everett, the judge on this case, thanking me for my service. Along with that, my document stating I served in the jury every single day of the trial. There's also this lovely thing called public record. Just an FYI. Now with that, I will get into some of these questions, okay? I am excited. I learned so much, and you know, like about the case, but also about the law, and I like that excites me. That I thought it was a cool experience, a crazy first time jury experience. So yeah. Anyway, I stated I was the foreperson, and I was, because when we got back to deliberate, once the bailiffs were out of the room and we could, you know, talk about whatever, I asked everyone if anyone wanted to be the foreperson, and everyone was kind of like, I was like, okay, can I do it? Like, can I please? Also, because I wanted to stay on point with what we were supposed to do. You know what I mean? Like, I didn't want someone else to have the opportunity to be foreperson and then just take us a million different directions. And I know how my brain works, so I was just, you know, like very sequential and purposeful with my questions and discussions and what we talked about, whatever. So overall, it took us about just over 3 hours to deliberate and reach our final verdict, right? But within the first hour and a half, I want to say, everyone was agreeing that she is guilty. Everyone, it was unanimous within the first hour and a half. But as the foreperson, you need to be looking for, you know, the different body language, people's facial expressions, all of that, just who may be unsure of something. And we had that. We had two people who said they thought she was guilty. They're like, but I'm kind of confused on this one thing, this like 0.2 on count 2 of her charge, right? So with that, I was like, okay, absolutely not. We are not unanimous right now, so we're gonna go over things. And we went over things point by point, okay? We started count 1. Count 1 was the charge for first degree murder, and it had several different points that we needed to, you know, address. We went over definitions, we went over principle and how that would apply, all of the different things. We listed out, we had a whiteboard in there, And most of us are visual people, and so we use the whiteboard to go over each point, list out everything that like people just said that like applied and whatever. Those people who seemed a little unsure at first, they ultimately, what was needed, they needed the visual. But we went over everything several times because this is a big decision and this is serious, and we all took our duty very seriously. Like, this isn't just fun and games and like, you know. Although it is a very cool experience to talk about now and it's exciting, it is someone's life, you know, and it is the law, and we all took it very serious. So, like, you know, I need people to understand that. We went over everything, talked about everything over and over. And about the 3-hour mark, you know, once we were like, you know, moving and grooving, you know, we voted several different times in several different ways. I first had everyone, we went like by each count, right? So I had everyone go one at a time in order of our juror numbers, so 1 through 12. I was like, okay, so for count 1, point, you know, like whatever, count 1 in general, is she guilty or not guilty? And I had everyone go one at a time. We all agreed guilty. After that, we did like an all at once vote, and I was like, okay, so for count 1, like, raise your hand if you think she's guilty. We all raised our hands, but you know, it's still doing our duty as we're supposed to. Went over it again, and so, you know, people were still talking, just like, you know, they're sharing their thoughts with each other about the case and whatever. I was passing out 12 pieces of paper for everyone to write their final verdict down, and then I emptied like one of the little containers we had for our snacks and had everyone put it in there. And I did this because I wanted people to, and I said this too, if anyone who's on the jury with me sees this, they know that I did this. I told people, I want you to be 100,000, 50 billion% sure of your verdict. So I want people to write down what they honestly feel and think based on the evidence and the law provided. And without feeling pressured to go along with what everyone else is saying. You know, this is how we can be sure that everyone's on the same page. So write down your final verdicts. We'll go over it. All 12 pieces of paper said guilty. And before I filled out the final verdict form that we had to fill out, we did one more vote. And I went around and everyone needed to tell me out loud and to each other that they found her guilty on all 3 accounts. And that's what we did. And then, you know, filled out the verdict form, signed and dated it, knocked for the bailiffs to let them know that we were ready once they got set up in the courtroom. We went out there, you know, judge asked the foreperson to stand. That was me. I didn't show the jurors, but it was me. And I signed the verdict form, which I believe will be public record. But anyway, after that, you know, like he read the, what do you call it, published the verdict, and then, you know, there was that outburst that we all saw, and we had to go back to the jury room. And when we came out, because the parties said that they wanted, Judge Everett went one by one, once again, with all of the jurors, and wanted to hear us say under oath that we find her guilty. And that is what happened. It was such a wild experience. Oh my gosh. I can't wait to like share so much more.
Hilarious chat. How did the jury come to such a quick decision? Quote, we went over everything several several times because this is a big decision, and this is serious. We all took over our duty very seriously. Like, this isn't just fun and games. It is someone's life, and it's the law we all took very seriously. At about the 3 hour mark, once we got moving and grooving, we voted several different times in several different ways. People were saying, sharing their thoughts with each other, whatever and whatever. Okay, final part. Get the chat in a moment. Wait. What do I think of her? I think she's alright. I could understand from y'all's position where y'all think y'all wouldn't want y'all's life in her hands, from what y'all are saying. She seems very, like what Moki said, thoughtful about it, and about the trial, how she handled the jury. She's alright. Yeah. Quote, I was passing out pieces of paper for everyone to write their final verdict down, and then I emptied one of the little containers we had for our snacks and had everyone put in there. I did this because I emptied and put containers. I did this because in the snacks everyone had put it in there. I did this because I wanted people to write down what they honestly feel about and based on the evidence and law provided, without feeling pressured to go along with everyone else saying all 12 pieces of paper said guilty. It was such a wild experience. You wouldn't want your kids on a jury. Yeah. This is her TikTok. Alright, let's see. This is part 2.
Long story short, but also probably long at the same time. Yes. Yes, I do. And do I think she is next? Do I think Harvey might be next? Absolutely, I do. Now, the state hasn't said that specifically, but there's evidence showing that they were aware of what happened. And I mean, I had to think back and take my notes because, well, like write down new notes. We couldn't take the notes that we took during the trial out of that jury room. They get disposed after deliberations. Minor details. Now, if and when the state goes after Wendy, I think they will. I think it's going to be to a lesser degree. It's not going to be the same charges, only because she insulated herself from her family, from the situation very, very well. Very well. And she also played dumb very well. I feel like that's when we saw the acting that Miss Donna referred to previously. She plays that part way too good. So I do think that she will be next. I just don't know what extent. I don't know what she will be indicted on, but she was 100% involved. 100%. Because how would they know Dan's routine, right? Obviously they were given his address, whatever, but the killers, the hitmen, they would have needed some sort of insight as to where they can find him. Like what he would be doing, all of that, right? It's crazy. Also, her whole testimony in her mom's trial, I don't remember. I don't remember 500 sips of water. That has guilt written all over it. Anyone who knows anything about like interpersonal communication or body language, she's dripping in guilt. Okay, I honestly don't know how she sleeps at night, to be honest with you, but it's whatever. You're here nor there right now. As far as did we discuss that in the jury room during deliberations? Not necessarily. We just described we discussed things about her relating to her testimony and just like things in regard to the case because we had to stay on point. You know, that's what we were there to discuss. So not so much if we think she's next, but after we were released from our service, walking back, being escorted by the bailiffs to the where we parked and stuff, it was very interesting to hear everyone's opinions because at that point in time we were allowed to talk about it because we were dismissed from the jury, whatever. everyone agrees. She's probably gonna be next. We just don't know to what extent. Because yeah, like I said, she insulated herself from the situation and her family way too good. Like I said, she plays the role of dumb, and you know that term ignorance is bliss. Like, she is taking that to a whole new level. Now, she states that in her testimony, she the morning that Dan was shot, right? She was going to meet some friends for lunch, but she had to stop at a liquor store for like a stock at the bar party later on, whatever. Now, the liquor store she chose was completely out of the way. The route she took, completely out of the way. There was that exact liquor store that was closer to her house and in the complete opposite direction, but she chose to go this very long route out of the way, and says she normally takes Trescott Drive, so she goes to try to turn, but there was the roadblock because at that point in time, law enforcement had arrived on scene. Dan was rushed to the hospital, yada yada yada. She says she encountered the roadblock, turned around real quick, and just like went a different way to the liquor store. Then they also brought in another witness. The state brought in another witness, the officer who was working like at the roadblock, basically. And he states, which contradicts what Wendy said, that you could see Dan's house, the crime scene, all of the police cars and EMS, whoever else was there, right? You could see that from the house, I mean from the roadblock. And whereas she claimed you couldn't see it. So knowing that, he also identified her car in the trial during his testimony. He saw her car, and most people, you know, like when they get to a roadblock, they, you know, kind of turn slowly to get, you know, like, we're like, oh, what's going on, like processing it. No, she like whipped in and out, right? And now knowing that she could see the house, and she didn't make any calls to the daycare, to Dan, to check on him, the kids, no calls to law enforcement to see if anything was okay. I mean, like, come on, it just doesn't add up. It doesn't add up at all. What else do I have? And then her ex-boyfriend Jeff Lacasse testifying. Now, granted, I will say I think it's very weird that she told him about the hitman thing in confidence, and then he didn't report it. But you know, again, it's, what are you gonna do at this point? But that's one thing, you know, like towards the end of their relationship, they were discussing, you know, like the relocation thing, because apparently that Wendy always talked about that, and like the divorce file, yada yada yada. And she said, well, can I tell you something in confidence? And she said, yeah, you know, my brother looked into that hitman thing because at that point in time, he witnessed, he was there to witness a joke from Charlie, like, oh, a TV is cheaper than a hitman or something like that. I'm getting off track. Anyway, yeah, but anyway, his testimony, like, basically the last time that they got together, July 11th, 2014, they met up somewhere. I think it was hot yoga. And basically he, at that point in time, knew the relationship was over. So he, like, literally, like, backed off as they were leaving, whatever, didn't say anything. But then Wendy turns around and asks him very weird and specific questions about his travel plans in the coming days. And, you know, with that, the first time the hitman had come to Tallahassee, they rented a car, a Nissan, that looked just like Jeff's car at that time. And that point in time, too, she was asking specific questions about his travel. So, you know, it's just a little weird. I think she was trying to set him up. And then all the details that they had, she had to have provided it. I mean, obviously. And then, let's see what else. Calling her kids by her last name before Dan was ever shot. And then legally changing their last name and the older one's middle name, mind you. Middle name and last name 1 year after he died. Also with that, she didn't take the kids to his funeral. That's a little strange. Yeah. They both, Wendy and Harvey, both knew. They didn't say anything. That is a crime in itself, and I do think they're next. I'm just curious to see when and what they're charged with. Long story short, but also probably long at the same time. Yes. Yes, I do. And do I think she is next? Do I think Harvey might be next? Absolutely, I do. Now, the state hasn't said that specifically, but there's evidence showing that they were aware of what happened. And I mean, I had to think back and take my notes because, well, like write down new notes. We couldn't take the notes that we took during the trial out of that jury room. They get disposed after deliberations. Minor details. Now, if and when the state goes after Wendy, I think they will. I think it's going to be to a lesser degree.
Yeah, she seems like she has. There's like a kid in the background, from what I could see. All right, well, there you go. That was interesting. I thought she. Oh yeah, the speed up thing is a TikTok thing. Yeah, speeding up is a TikTok thing, and they do that in a lot of TikTok videos. Yeah. I'm glad that although she was, put in the jury, it's nice to see other young people, like in my age group, I should say, a little bit more specific, people in my age group interested in these trial stuff. Although she was put in a jury, it's interesting to see people from, talk about that. And yeah, I see what she's saying. They thought that she was guilty, and they did it, and she has her idiosyncratic personality. Interesting. Yeah, I think that the jury made the right decision, and I could see where y'all's perspective about her, where she could have some Judge Judy cards or something to, yeah, because the different generations, the way they operate. It's not like what I would have expected to be a four-person, but I think that they did a good job with the verdict. The judge, very, very noble gentleman. And I'm glad that she's on social media and able to explain about what happened. You're welcome, Anna. It's my pleasure. Yeah. Very noble and brave of her to come on social media and talk about it and be to take charge and be the four-person. And maybe she'll be interested in trials, and she'll be the part of the next generation of trial watching that'll be coming up. That's pretty, like myself. And yeah, Moki, I understand the speed up thing's annoying. I'm used to it because I'm on the internet all the time, but yeah, I can see where it can be annoying. And she also let them vote anonymously. Lori says, has anyone watched the Mindhunter series on Netflix? It's based on the real people and events. Well done. I also loved Criminal Minds. Some of the episodes are based on the actual detailers. Yeah, we speed up the Johnny Depp trial. And she's pretty, and she seems to have she did well with what she did. And as maybe she'll get into trials and stuff at time, and she seems like she was very interested in it, although they're in a jury, so they were like kind of forced to do it. Still, I am satisfied with the jury's decision. I'm sure that Donna was not happy with having her as the four-person, and I could see where y'all would not really want her as a four-person to decide your fate either. And yeah, okay is in the chat. Oh, hello there. Welcome. This is the four-person in the Dada Annelson trial. All right. Now, since yeah, okay is here, I'm going to play it all over again, so she can see it. All right. But I also slow down videos if I find the voice grading just a notch or two makes it better. Yes, that's true. All right, so here we go. This is the part 1.
Anything in regard to the case during the trial. But now that I'm released as a juror, I have the freedom to say and do whatever. But also in that regard, I don't watch the news. It's depressing. I haven't watched the news in years. If anything, I'll check my weather app, my little Apple weather app once a week just to see. My For You page on my TikTok, where I am the most active, is mostly like TikTok shop videos, like members of like the moms of TikTok community, because that is the content that I typically engage and interact with. I also post that type of content sometimes, just like trendy, funny, like music videos, whatever else like that. Basically like stupid humor and then mom stuff. That's what I look for on social media. So I'm not breaking any rules. Along with that, I have time before court, during our 1 hour, at least minimum, lunch break during the days of the trial, and then after court to do as I will in regard to all of that. So no rules were broken, no rules are being broken now. I appreciate all of your guys' concern. I'm also going to prove that I was on the jury, because there's some of you who just doubt it. Here is my appreciation letter from Mr. Stephen Everett, the judge on this case, thanking me for my service. Along with that, my document stating I served in the jury every single day of the trial. There's also this lovely thing called public record. Just an FYI. Now with that, I will get into some of these questions, okay? Because I am excited. I learned so much, and you know, like about the case, but also about the law, and I like that excites me. That I thought it was a cool experience, a crazy first time jury experience. So yeah. Anyway, I stated I was the foreperson, and I was, because when we got back to deliberate, once the bailiffs were out of the room and we could, you know, talk about whatever, I asked anyone. I asked everyone if anyone wanted to be the foreperson, and everyone was kind of like, I was like, okay, can I do it? Like, can I please? Also, because I wanted to stay on point.
I think she has a sense of humor. I like that. It's a sense of humor.
With what we were supposed to do, you know what I mean? Like, I didn't want someone else to have the opportunity to be foreperson and then just take us a million different directions. And I know how my brain works, so I was just, you know, like very sequential and purposeful with my questions and discussions and what we talked about, whatever. So overall, it took us about just over 3 hours to deliberate and reach our final.
Good night, Danielle. Nice having you on board tonight.
Verdict, right? But within the first hour and a half, I want to say, everyone was agreeing that she is guilty. Everyone, it was unanimous within the first hour and a half. But as the foreperson, you need to be looking for, you know, the different body language, people's facial expressions, all of that, just who may be unsure of something. And we had that. We had two people who said they thought she was guilty. They're like, but I'm kind of confused on this one thing, this like 0.2 on count 2 of her charge, right? So with that, I was like, okay, absolutely not. We are not unanimous right now, so we're gonna go over things. And we went over things point by point, okay? We started count 1. Count 1 was the charge for first degree murder, and it had several different points that we needed to, you know, address. We went over definitions, we went over principle and how that would apply, all of the different things. We listed out, we had a whiteboard in there, and most of us are visual people, and so we used the whiteboard to go over each point, list out everything that like people just said that like applied and whatever. Those people who seemed a little unsure at first, they ultimately, what was needed, they needed the visual. But we went over everything several times because this is a big decision and this is serious, and we all took our duty very seriously. Like, this isn't just fun and games and like, you know. Although it is a very cool experience to talk about now and it's exciting, it is someone's life, you know, and it is the law. And we all took it very serious, so, like, you know, I need people to understand that. We went over everything, talked about everything, over and over. And about the 3 hour mark, you know, once we were like, you know, moving and grooving, you know, we voted several different times in several different ways. I first had everyone. We went like by each count, right? So I had everyone go one at a time in order of our juror numbers. So 1 through 12. And I was like, okay, so for count 1, point, you know, like whatever, count 1 in general, is she guilty or not guilty? And I had everyone go one at a time. We all agreed guilty. After that, we did like an all at once vote. And I was like, okay, so for count 1, like, raise your hand if you think she's guilty. We all raised our hands, but, you know, it's still doing our duty as we're supposed to, went over it again. And so, you know, people were still talking, just like, you know, they're sharing their thoughts with each other about the case and whatever. I was passing out 12 pieces of paper for everyone to write their final verdict down. And then I emptied like one of the little containers we had for our snacks and had everyone put it in there. And I did this because I wanted people to, and I said this too, if anyone who's on the jury with me sees this, they know that I did this. I told people, I want you to be 100,000, 50 billion% sure of your verdict. So I want people to write down what they honestly feel and think based on the evidence and the law provided. And without feeling pressured to go along with what everyone else is saying. You know, this is how we can be sure that everyone's on the same page. So write down your final verdicts. We'll go over it. All 12 pieces of paper said guilty. And before I filled out the final verdict form that we had to fill out, we did one more vote. And I went around and everyone needed to tell me out loud and to each other that they found her guilty on all 3 accounts. And that's what we did. And then, you know, filled out the verdict form, signed and dated it, knocked for the bailiffs to let them know that we were ready once they got set up in the courtroom. We went out there, you know, judge asked the foreperson to stand. That was me. I didn't show the jurors, but it was me. And I signed the verdict form, which I believe will be public record. But anyway, after that, you know, like he read the, what do you call it, published the verdict. And then, you know, there was that outburst that we all saw. And we had to go back to the jury room, and when we came out, because the parties said that they wanted, Judge Everett went one by one, once again, with all of the jurors, and wanted to hear us say under oath that we find her guilty. And that is what happened. It was such a wild experience. Oh my gosh. I can't wait to like share so much more. Anything in regard to the case during the trial. But now that I'm released as a juror, only because she insulated herself from her family, from the situation very, very well. Very well. And she also played dumb very well. I feel like that's when we saw the acting that Miss Donna referred to previously. She plays that part way too good. So I do think that she will be next. I just don't know what extent. I don't know what she will be indicted on, but she was 100% involved. 100%. Because how would they know Dan's routine, right? Obviously they were given his address, whatever, but the killers, the hitmen, they would have needed some sort of insight as to where they can find him, like what he would be doing, all of that, right? It's crazy. Also, her whole testimony in her mom's trial, I don't remember. I don't remember 500 sips of water. That has guilt written all over it. Anyone who knows anything about like interpersonal communication or body language, she's dripping in guilt. Okay, I honestly don't know how she sleeps at night, to be honest with you, but it's whatever. You're here nor there right now. As far as did we discuss that in the jury room during deliberations? Not necessarily. We just described we discussed things about her relating to her testimony and just like things in regard to the case, because we had to stay on point. You know, that's what we were there to discuss. So not so much if we think she's next, but after we were released from our service, walking back, being escorted by the bailiffs to the where we parked and stuff, it was very interesting to hear everyone's opinions, because at that point in time we were allowed to talk about it because we were dismissed from the jury, whatever. Everyone agrees she's probably gonna be next. We just don't know to what extent. Because yeah, like I said, she insulated herself from the situation and her family way too good. Like I said, she plays the role of dumb, and you know that term ignorance is bliss. Like she is taking that to a whole new level. Now she states that in her testimony, she the morning that Dan was shot, right, she was going to meet some friends for lunch, but she had to stop by the liquor store for like a stock at the bar party later on, whatever. Now the liquor store she chose was completely out of the way. The route she took completely out of the way. There was that exact liquor store that was closer to her house and in the complete opposite direction, but she chose to go this very long route out of the way, and says she normally takes Trescott Drive, so she goes to try to turn, but there was the roadblock because at that point in time, law enforcement had arrived on scene. Dan was rushed to the hospital, yada yada yada. She says she encountered the roadblock, turned around real quick, and just like went a different way to the liquor store. Then they also brought in another witness. The state brought in another witness, the officer who was working like at the roadblock basically, and he states, which contradicts what Wendy said, that you could see Dan's house, the crime scene, all of the police cars and EMS, whoever else was there, right? You could see that from the house, from the roadblock. And whereas she claimed you couldn't see it. So, knowing that, he also identified her car in the trial during his testimony. He saw her car, and most people, like when they get to a roadblock, they, gotta turn slowly to get, like, we're like, oh, what's going on? Like, processing it. No, she, like, whipped in and out, right? And now knowing that she could see the house, and she didn't make any calls to the daycare, to Dan, to check on him, the kids, no calls to law enforcement to see if anything was okay. Like, come on. It just doesn't add up. It doesn't add up at all. What else do I have? And then her ex-boyfriend, Jeff Lacasse, testifying. Now, granted, I will say, I think it's very weird that she told him about the hitman thing in confidence, and then he didn't report it. But, again, it's, what are you gonna do at this point? But that's one thing, like, towards the end of their relationship, they were discussing, like, the relocation thing, because apparently that Wendy always talked about that, and, like, the divorce file, yada, yada, yada. And she said, well, can I tell you something in confidence? And she said, yeah, my brother looked into that hitman thing, because at that point in time, he witnessed, he was there to witness a joke from Charlie, like, oh, a TV is cheaper than a hitman or something like that. I'm getting off track. Anyway. Yeah, but, anyway, his testimony, like, basically the last time that they got together, July 11th, 2014, they met up somewhere. I think it was hot yoga. And basically he, at that point in time, knew the relationship was over. So he, like, literally, like, backs off as they were leaving, whatever, didn't say anything. But then Wendy turns around and asks him very weird and specific questions about his travel plans in the coming days. And, with that, the first time the hitman had come to Tallahassee, they rented a car, a Nissan, that looked just like Jeff's car at that time. And that point in time, too, she was asking specific questions about his travel. So, it's just a little weird. I think she was trying to set him up. And then all the details that they had, she had to have provided it. Obviously. And then, let's see, what else? Calling her kids by her last name before Dan was ever shot. And then legally changing their last name and the older one's middle name, mind you. Middle name and last name 1 year after he died. Also with that, she didn't take the kids to his funeral. That's a little strange. Yeah. They both, Wendy and Harvey, both knew. They didn't say anything. That is a crime in itself, and I do think they're next. I'm just curious to see when and what they're charged with. Charges only because she insulated herself from her family.
Shout out to her. She's cool people. And not the house Anna. Alright. Okay. So. Yeah, boom. Yeah, so I think she did a good job with what she did. It was, I like seeing the chat's commentary. Let's see. Okay. Shot the bubbles. Right there. Yeah, so I think that she did a good job with the court. I like the room scenery, the outside scenery. She's good with the video stuff. And yeah, I thought it was interesting, educational. Thanks, chat, for letting me know about that. I was so honored to play that. Definitely. Okay. We're going to play some scenes from this Depp trial. Some more scenes from it. I don't know if I played that earlier or not, but I really don't know. I was looking for a shorter one. Come on. I'm scared. Yeah, it's going to be this one.
Of the Depp-Waldman statements.
Objection, speculation.
Overruled.
I am harassed, humiliated, threatened every single day. Even just walking into this courtroom, sitting here in front of the world, having the worst parts of my life, things I've lived through, used to humiliate me. People want to kill me, and they tell me so every day. People want to put my baby in the microwave, and they tell me that. Johnny threatened, promised me that if I ever left him, he'd make me think of him every single day that I lived.
Objection, Your Honor, non-responsive.
All right, I'll sustain the objection as to that. If you want to ask the question.
Amber, how did Mr. Depp's statements and threats to you that you were discussing, how do those continue to manifest themselves today?
In the harassment and the humiliation, the campaign against me that's echoed every single day on social media and now in front of cameras in this room. Every single day I have to relive the trauma. My hands shake. I wake up screaming. I have to live with the trauma and the damage done to me. My friends have to live with a set of unspoken rules about how to not scare me.
Objection, hearsay.
Yes, sir.
Unspoken rules.
Overruled. Go ahead.
About how to not touch me, not to surprise me. My intimate partners have rules about how they can deal with me, how they can touch me. I have rules for doctors and medical professionals I see, gynecologists I see. I live my life with these sets of rules that I have to follow, my friends have to follow for me not to have a panic attack or a triggering event where I relive the trauma. Even if I'm training to do my movie, for instance, if I'm training for Aquaman, a combat scene and a trigger happens, I have a meltdown and have to deal with that. The crew I work with have to deal with that because of the damage I walk around with every single day from what I've lived through, from what I've survived. I'm not sitting in this courtroom snickering. I'm not sitting in this courtroom laughing, smiling, and making snide jokes. I'm not. This is horrible. This is painful. And this is humiliating for any human being to go through. And perhaps it's easy to forget that, but I'm a human being. And even though Johnny promised that I deserve this and promised he'd do this, I don't deserve this. I want to move on. Those statements, the attacks on me, the campaign, that Johnny has elicited millions of people to do on his behalf when he himself
Objection, Your Honor, lack of foundation.
Torture me.
Speculation.
I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
Amber, how have the Depp-Waldman statements impacted your ability to do charitable work?
You know, the only reason that people like Dr. Curry can sit up here on the stand and say I'm high functioning and I do things like have hobbies and have interests
Objection,
because I'm not-
non-responsive.
Your Honor, Mr. Depp gave long-winded responses yesterday.
Good. It's because I found a solution to that pain. I woke up every morning with panic attacks and trauma until I realized I could do something with it. So to answer your question, Ben, I was able to turn the things that I've lived through, my pain, my life experiences, into work, into action, into providing a voice for other people. I'm not a saint. I'm not trying to present myself as one, as you all know, but I selfishly found relief in being able to use what I've lived through to advocate for others, to bring light to these issues, to give a voice to people who don't have the voice and the platform that I have. And while I would not wish this situation on my worst enemy, if it gives a voice to someone who doesn't have it, but I now, as I stand here today, can't have a career. I can't even have people associate with me because of the threats and the attacks that they have to endure.
Objection, non-responsive.
And I can't do my charity work.
Sustain the objection.
Amber, other than the threats that you've described, what other threats have you endured since the Depp Waldman statements were made?
I receive hundreds.
Good night. Yeah, okay. Good night. Thank you for coming. Take care.
Of death threats, regularly, if not daily. Thousands since this trial has started, people mocking my testimony about being assaulted, making fun of my...
Objection, relevance, non-responsive.
Goes to damages. You can continue.
It's been agonizing, painful, and the most humiliating thing I've ever had to go through. I hope no one ever has to go through something like this. I just want Johnny to leave me alone. I just want him to leave me alone. I've said that for years now, and I thought he would after 2020.
Objection, non-responsive.
All right, I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
What do you hope to reclaim after this is over?
Protecting the secret that I did for as long as I did has taken enough of my voice. Johnny has taken enough of my voice. I have the right to tell my story. I have the right to say what happened to me. I have the right to my voice and my name. He took it long enough. I have a right as an American to talk about what happened to me, to own my story and my truth. I have that right. I hope to get my voice back. It's all I want. And I've said that from day one.
Thank you, Amber. I don't have anything else.
All right, cross-examination.
Actually, Your Honor, may we approach very
Yes,
briefly?
yes. Yeah.
Smart Packs are daily supplement packs
Didn't
not.
you?
No, I did
The
not.
one day you didn't bother to wear makeup to cover up the mark on your face.
I did not call TMZ or any other news source or paparazzi source. No one. I never did that.
Testimony from former TMZ employee Morgan Tremaine yesterday, correct?
Did I hear his testimony?
Yes.
Yes, I was here.
Yes. And you heard Mr. Tremaine's testimony that he knew to dispatch the paparazzi to the courthouse on May 27th, right?
I heard him say that he knew that, yes.
Yeah, and that he dispatched paparazzi to the courthouse to capture a picture of an alleged bruise on the right side of your face. Do you remember him saying that?
I remember him saying that.
That information must have come from your team, right, Ms. Heard?
Absolutely not. Why would I want that? What actual survivor of domestic violence wants that?
Now, the video of Mr. Depp beating up some kitchen cabinets, you admit that you took that video, correct?
Yes, I did.
Right. And you acknowledge that the video was released online the day before you were deposed in connection with your divorce from Mr. Depp in August of 2016, right?
I believe it was, yes.
But you testified that you had absolutely nothing to do with the video's release, right?
Absolutely not.
And you testified that you learned about it when you landed after flying into LA. Do you remember that testimony?
Upon touchdown is when I was alerted to the video's existence.
You heard Mr.
online.
Tremaine testify that about this video as well yesterday, didn't you?
Yes, I did.
And you heard Mr. Tremaine testify that TMZ received the cabinet video the same day you landed at LAX, yes?
I don't know if that's what his testimony was. I'm sorry.
You heard Mr. Tremaine testify that the cabinet video was posted 15 minutes after TMZ received it, yes?
That's what I heard him say.
And that this could only have been possible if the video was received directly from the source, yes?
I heard him say that. I don't know if that's true or if that's possible because it didn't come from me. I was flying.
Tremaine
So
testify.
I know that's incorrect is what I mean to say.
Another liar on the stand?
I just know that that's incorrect.
Right. And you heard Mr. Tremaine testify that TMZ owns the copyright to the cabinet video, right?
That's news to me.
The cabinet video you filmed of your then husband, yes?
The copyright ownership of that is news to me. I learned that yesterday.
It's the cabinet video that you captured of your then husband, yes?
That is correct. I did capture that video, and yes, that was my husband.
The same cabinet video that was released the night before you were deposed in your divorce, yes?
That's correct.
Okay. You must have also heard Mr. Tremaine testify that the version of the cabinet video that TMZ received was incomplete compared to the video the jury saw in this trial. Did you hear that?
The video that you have seen is complete.
Right. But the one TMZ got the day before your deposition in the divorce was incomplete.
I don't know. I haven't seen it.
He testified that at the beginning portion of the video where you set up the camera, that wasn't included in the video that TMZ received.
I don't know what video TMZ received.
I'm talking about Mr. Tremaine's testimony, Ms. Heard. Let's just
So you're
focus on
asking me to
Mr.
repeat
Tremaine.
his testimony?
No, I'm asking you if you recall hearing him say those words to this jury.
Yes, I heard his testimony. We all did.
And he testified that the end of the video where you can be seen smirking. I know you testified earlier that you haven't been smirking in this trial, but you sure were caught on camera smirking in that video.
I disagree with that.
Was also not included in the TMZ video.
Everyone can watch that video and you can determine whether you think it's funny to me or not.
Because the video came from you, right, Ms. Heard?
No, it did not.
You edited
that video
out
did
the
not
portions.
come to me. Come from me.
Ms. Heard, you edited out the portions that made you look bad before sending it to TMZ.
You're very wrong about that.
So that
if I
only
wanted to
Mr.
leak
Depp
information, I
looked
could have
bad.
done it in a more effective way, a lot sooner and a lot more.
Because you
I
knew
was
exactly
living
how to
with
do
a
that,
mountain
right?
of this evidence. If I wanted to leak it, I could have done a lot more with it.
I thought you testified earlier in this trial that you didn't know how to leak things.
I don't.
That? Right. You edited that video before you gave it to TMZ so that only Mr. Depp would look bad. Yes?
That's absurd.
Right in the middle of your divorce proceedings.
Again, you're very wrong.
I'd like to show you a picture that's already admitted into evidence. It's Defendant's Exhibit 799. This is you at the courthouse on May 27th, 2016, when you got your domestic violence restraining order against Mr. Depp, right?
It is.
And next to you is a woman named Jody Gottlieb, right?
Yes, yes.
Jody Gottlieb is your publicist?
And dear friend.
Now I'd like to show you what's been marked as Plaintiff's Exhibit 1316. This is a picture of you and your friend Rocky Pennington, right?
That is correct.
Your Honor, I'd like to move to admit this photograph.
Any objection to 1316?
No, Your Honor.
All right, 1316 in evidence. You can publish to the jury.
This is a picture of you on May 28th, 2016, right, Ms. Heard?
I don't know when this was taken.
This is the day after you obtained the domestic violence restraining order against Mr. Depp, right?
I have no idea when this image was taken. I did not take it.
There's no bruise on your face in this picture, is there?
Again, I don't know when this was taken, and also I'm outside. I was obviously wearing makeup. I have no idea when this was taken, so I have no idea if I can speak to what bruise you can see or not.
Let's refresh your recollection about when this picture was taken. Can we please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 1315, just for the witness? This is an article dated May 30th, 2016, right, Ms. Heard?
That's what it says, yes.
And this article contains the same photograph of you and Ms. Pennington we were just looking at, yes?
Yes, I see that.
And the article is entitled, Amber Heard Smiles as She Puts Arm Around Friend One Day After Getting Restraining Order Against Johnny Depp. Is that what the title says?
I know that's what the title says, yes.
Your Honor, I'm going to move to admit and publish the article with everything but the headline and date and the photo redacted.
Objection, Your Honor. That's inconsistent from the way you've treated all of these.
I'll sustain the objection. All right, next question.
Let's take a look at picture Plaintiff's Exhibit 1317. This is also a picture of you and Ms. Pennington on May 28th, 2016, isn't it?
I don't know when this photo was taken, but it looks like the same outing as the picture prior.
Your Honor, I'm going to move to admit and publish Plaintiff's Exhibit 1317.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
All right, 1317 in evidence. You can publish.
There's no bruise on your face in this picture either, right?
I disagree. If it is taken when you represent it was taken, then obviously there's a bruise on my face. It's covered by makeup as per usual.
Let's zoom out of that picture for a moment, please. Thanks, Tom. That's Josh Drew in this picture, right?
Yes, that's correct.
And Ms. Pennington?
That is correct.
In there too? Ms.
That is
Pennington
correct.
submitted a sworn statement on your behalf in support of your domestic violence restraining order, didn't she?
I believe she did, yes.
Mr. Drew also submitted a statement in support of your domestic violence restraining order.
I believe they both did, yes. Mm-hmm.
Ms. Heard, I'd like to show you Defendant's Exhibit 512, which is already in evidence. You've seen this photograph before, right?
I have.
On the second day of your direct testimony, you testified that this was taken in the downstairs of the main apartment on December 15th, 2015. Do you recall that testimony?
Yes, I believe so.
So it's your testimony that Defendant's Exhibit 512 reflects damage to Penthouse 5 that occurred during the December 15th, 2015 incident, yes?
I'm not quite sure from what incident this is when I see this photo in a vacuum without context.
Let's give you that context. Can we please, thanks, if I could have day 16 trial testimony? Your Honor, may we approach?
All right.
Could you please turn first to page 4585?
Sorry, one second.
Specifically starting on line 16, where it says, let's talk about December 15th, 2015.
You said 458, I'm on 4485, sorry. You said 4585.
4585.
Pardon.
line 16. Line 16 where it says, let's talk about December 15th, 2015. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. And then do you see that your testimony about December 15th, 2015 follows?
Let's see. It's just the first line or two. Yes.
Okay. Now I'd like you to turn to page 4603. Starting at line 12. 4603. Starting at line 12 and going on to page 4604, line 4.
Okay.
And do you see that you testify that Defendant's Exhibit 512, which is on the screen,
Yes.
is a picture of the downstairs of the main apartment?
That's correct.
And the main apartment is Penthouse 5 in the Eastern Columbia building, right?
No, well, depends on what, the main apartment's penthouse 3 generally when we say main apartment.
Penthouse 5 was where you had your closet?
The downstairs was kind of like had some of my painting studio set up and a reception area. Upstairs was the closet. Mezzanine office was in between.
All right, so it's your testimony that Defendant's Exhibit 512 reflects damage to the penthouse, Penthouse 5, that occurred during the December 15th, 2015 incident, right?
I'm just not sure from which incident this is a picture of, since I'm only looking at
Even
a
though your
partial
counsel
floor.
was asking you questions about December 15th, 2015, and then admitted this picture into evidence
Again,
in relation to that incident.
Sorry, go ahead.
In relation to that incident on December 15th, 2015, this exhibit, Defendant's Exhibit, you are the defendant, number 512, was admitted into evidence in this court. You testified that this was the result of damage that occurred on December 15th, 2015. Yes or no?
I just need to orient myself because I'm just looking at a picture of a partial picture of a
Ms.
floor.
Heard, you didn't just look at a picture. You looked at your testimony.
You pointed me towards the page and then asked me a question. I haven't actually reviewed it. I don't know if this was submitted in relation to that incident.
Let's actually leave up Defendant's 512 and please pull up Defendant's Exhibit 725, which is already in evidence.
Thank you.
In redacted form, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. You can publish.
Just side by side. You've seen this photograph as well, right?
I have.
On the third day of your direct testimony, you testified that this photograph reflected spilled wine in Penthouse 5 on May 21st, 2016, didn't you?
Again, I don't know because I'm looking at a partial picture of a floor, so unless you remove the metadata you've covered up, we could then tell. If you
I didn't cover it up, Your Honor.
Could we unredact
Your Honor
them so we could get context?
That's how it's in evidence.
That's how it's in evidence.
Next question.
Well, the metadata next to it is so that
Ms.
to
Heard,
avoid this
Ms.
sort of
Heard,
confusion.
there is no question pending, and I would appreciate it if you wouldn't be making argument to the jury.
Sorry, I
It's
thought you had
inappropriate.
asked me about it.
No, I didn't ask you about anything. Let's look at your direct testimony from the third day. Now, may I approach?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you.
Do you see where Ms. Bredehoff asked you to describe for the jury what took place on May 21st, 2016?
I see that.
Okay. And do you see that your testimony is reflected about May 21, 2015?
Yes.
That follows? Okay.
Yes.
Now let's turn to page 4804 at line 14. 4804. Starting at line 14?
Yes.
Through 4805, line 4.
Going to what line?
Line 4 at 4805. Do you see that you're testifying that defendant's exhibit 725, which is reflected on the right side, reflects spilled wine on the floor in penthouse 5?
That's correct.
Okay. And defendant's exhibit 512 and 725 seem to be different versions of the same picture, don't they?
That's correct.
Okay. So which is it? Which one was taken on December 15th, 2015, or May 21st, 2016?
If you remove the redacted metadata, you can find out. It's right there.
Or if you're telling the truth, you would know.
Recognize a portion of spilled wine on a floor, and I'm supposed to know off the top of my head when you've
No.
lived through 5 years of this stuff? I don't think so. That's not how that works.
Okay. Thank you, Tom. Ms. Hurd, at the beginning of your cross-examination
Your
last
Honor, may
week...
we approach?
Yes.
All right, ladies and gentlemen in the gallery, I would ask that there be no words or no phrases, no words, no sounds at all coming from you. If I hear one more sound, I will clear the gallery and we will continue this testimony without anybody in the courtroom. Understood? Good. All right, your next question.
Ms. Hurd, at the beginning of your cross-examination last week, I showed you an audio where you told Mr. Depp to tell the jury, tell the judge, tell the world that he is a victim of domestic abuse. Do you remember that?
That's correct.
And you testified you found it hard to believe that Mr. Depp would tell the world that he's a victim of domestic abuse, didn't you?
I said I find it hard to believe that he would do that knowing that he himself had beat me up for 5 years.
But he has told the world that he's your victim of domestic abuse, hasn't he?
Well, he started to say that only recently. He didn't make that claim up until very recently. So when we signed our divorce agreement and we signed a statement saying that neither party had ever said false claims for financial gain, it was relevant and important to me because I was the only one making the accusations. I was the only one making those claims. He wasn't doing that at the time, and he signed his name to it.
You didn't expect as many people to show up and testify on his behalf that did you?
Incorrect.
That's great, Moki. That's awesome. Shout to Bubbles. Shout to you, Bubbles. It's your day. Yay.
When you told this jury under oath that you never assaulted, actually, strike that, sorry. When you told this jury under oath that you punched Mr. Depp because you thought of Mr. Depp pushing Kate Moss down the stairs, you didn't expect Miss Moss to agree to testify that never happened, did you?
Incorrect. I know how many people will come out of the woodwork to be in support of Johnny.
So you think Miss Moss needs to come out of the woodwork to testify for Mr. Depp?
Everybody who was around in the 90s and the early aughts knew that rumor. I had heard that rumor from multiple people. Of course, that's what flashed through my head when my violent husband not only swung for me, but all of a sudden swung for my sister. Of course I thought of that. I did not expect her to show up or not expect her to show up. It didn't matter. It doesn't change what I believed at the time when we were on the stairs and I thought he was going to kill my sister by pushing her down the stairs.
You told this jury under oath that Mr. Depp was aggressive and trashed a trailer in Hicksville. You didn't expect the manager of the Hicksville property, Morgan Knight, to come forward and testify that that was untrue, did you?
Incorrect. I've already been through trials with this man. I know how many people will come out in support of him.
When you told this jury under oath that you had no idea that the paparazzi would be at the courthouse on May 27th, 2016, you didn't expect a TMZ employee to show up to testify that TMZ had been alerted that you would be at the courthouse and knew exactly which side of your face to take a picture of, did you?
I know how many people will come out and say whatever for him. That's his power. That's why I wrote the op-ed. I was speaking to that phenomenon. How many people will come out in support of him and will fall to his power? He is a very powerful man, and people love currying favor with powerful men.
Currying
and I know
favor
that
and
firsthand. I've
risking
lived
jail
it.
time for committing perjury?
Dip into Herdes, chunky.
I didn't hear your question.
You didn't hear
Excuse
my
me?
question?
Ms. Vasquez, if you do mind,
Curry-
please just repeat the question. I didn't hear you.
Curry favor and commit perjury in this courtroom?
I have
For
seen
a
people
powerful
do this.
man?
I have seen people do this time and time again. That's why I wrote the op-ed.
You didn't expect Ben King, the house manager in Australia, to show up from England. He flew from England to testify that Mr. Depp's fingertip was found exactly where he said it would be. Did you?
I have never heard Johnny testify to knowing where his finger was, or really, frankly, making a claim that he knew where it was when it was found. I've never heard Johnny claim that.
You didn't expect
Johnny
Keenan
doesn't-
Wyatt.
Johnny has never
Ms.
actually
Heard.
said that.
Ms. Heard.
And
I think the
and
jury
King,
can.
yes.
Ms. Heard, there's no question pending. You didn't expect Keenan Wyatt, Mr. Depp's longtime sound technician, to show up and testify that Mr. Depp is not being fed lines through his earpieces, but instead music, did you?
Not that it matters much, but of course I did. I know how his employees treat him.
So you
I know how
probably-
his team treats him. Of course I expected that.
Okay, so you probably expected Isaac Baruch to come and testify for Mr. Depp, right?
I'm not sure I thought about that.
Yeah. But you didn't expect Mr. Baruch to weep for Mr. Depp after what you've put him through and so many others with your lies.
I
did you?
relate to Isaac because he and I are
There's
the
no
only
further
ones who
questions, Your
cried
Honor.
on this stand.
Nothing further.
All right. Redirect.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Heard, if Mr. Baruch felt misled, who misled him?
Johnny, and I don't blame him. I don't blame him from crying. This is horrible.
Ms. Vasquez has suggested that you faked bruises on your face. Is that true?
Absolutely not. I didn't need to.
Did you ever fake an injury caused by Mr. Depp?
No.
Is any of the evidence of your injuries that has been put to the jury in this trial fake?
No, absolutely not.
And to the extent that there may be some confusion over when a picture of spilled wine was taken, why might that be?
Objection.
Because there's so
Lack of
many-
foundation.
Overruled.
Because there's so many incidents of violence. There's so many pictures. There's so much evidence. Most people don't have this kind of evidence for years, 5 years. And when I was saying that to Johnny on the phone in that recording, I was saying for years this has been going on. And I have pictures, we have texts, we have everything. Normally you don't get this amount of evidence. That's what I was pointing out to Johnny. It would be crazy to try to challenge this in this way. It's crazy. It's easy to not know the context of a picture of spilled wine because there are so many more important details, pictures, and also so much I didn't photograph, so much I didn't have the presence.
Objection,
of mind
non-responsive.
All right, I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
Did Mr. Depp abuse you physically?
Yes.
Verbally?
Yes.
Emotionally?
Yes.
Psychologically?
Yes.
How did the threats that Mr. Depp made against you individually years ago resemble what you've endured as a result of the Depp-Waldman statements?
Beyond the scope of cross, Your Honor.
Overruled.
Johnny promised me he would ruin me, that he'd ruin my career, he'd take my life from me. Death was the only way out, and if I got out, this is what he'd do to me. He'd make me think of him every single day. He promised me global humiliation. You saw those texts? What he couldn't do, the work of one individual, meaning Johnny, when he was inviting a disgruntled employee over for a spot of purple to fix my flabby ass up, that revenge that he sought back then was just what he could do as an individual, calling the studio to get me fired, trying to block
Objection, Your Honor. Lack of foundation, speculation, hearsay, non-responsive.
I'll sustain as to non-responsive.
Ms. Hurd, how did those things that you just testified to that Mr. Depp did, how did those resemble what happened to you after the Depp-Waldman counterclaim statements were made?
Well, those are
Objection, Your Honor. Lack of foundation.
She's
overruled.
Thank you. Thank you, Your Honor.
Those are just an echo of what I'm living through today. It's like what I'm living in right now. What you see in this courtroom is an echo. This courtroom and the other courtroom he dragged me into to do the same thing again. That's just an echo of the violence and the abuse that I suffered within our relationship. The campaigns to have me fired, the blocking me to try to ruin my career, the threats he's made to humiliate me globally are being lived out in real time in front of you, ladies and gentlemen, for the past 6 weeks and for the whole world since our camera's here.
No further questions. Thank you so much, Amber.
All right, Ms. Hurd, you can have a seat next to your attorneys. If I can.
Okay, Moki. Good night to you. Now, actually, we are ending too because we finished the part, this Depp trial part we were gonna play. So I was gonna end it after this clip played. So coincidentally, we're actually going to end the stream because this clip is over with, and I was going to end it after this clip. And Anna and chat, I do want to thank you all for staying with me with the stream. We're ending a little bit earlier than we usually do because the stream schedule is a little different today. It was a longer stream. Get some stuff done. There's some stuff that needs to be done, and all right, we've been live for 6 hours and 18 minutes, and we have 217 views. No, not 217 views. 127 views. My bad. 127. Put this in the chat as a correction. All right. Okay. Let's go over here. All right, so, and Anna, I hope, prayers for your husband to have full recovery, and you too if you're getting sick. And Anna, thank you for being here from earlier. And also Moki too, and everybody else that's lurking or listening. And Anna's curious if Miranda's mom came over. Something she was curious about. Just throwing it out there. And yeah, so we had an excellent stream. We had a full crowd. This has been it's been a while since we had a big stream like this. And God willing, the days the Law and Crime isn't on, I'll do live streams for y'all. That's what I always did. I always did live streams for y'all when their channel wasn't on. And if those are watching, listening, lurking, I appreciate all of you. And I'll see you all tomorrow at some point. Very great day with everybody. Okay. And take care, good night, and peace.